Well, go figure. Alrighty. So, never a dull moment working on tech issues with live streaming. So, let me see if everybody else can make it over. For some reason, YouTube seems to hate my scheduled live streams. So, I'm going to see if I can use my phone to shoot over there and message everybody, because apparently it doesn't want me to join my own live stream. So, that's a lot of fun. Let's see if I can. Oh, it looks like some people are jumping over. Yeah, new mic. I'm trying out. Just I do not know why in the world I switched my computer out. I'm trying a new setup, got a new mic and everything, and I'm still having the same problem. So I guess it just doesn't like my scheduled streaming for some reason. So let everybody filter in. Gary's here. Hey man, Sega's here. Good morning. Yeah. It's a bit dark for morning here, but yeah, I know it's always fun because in streaming we get to have everybody at all hours of the day and night. And definitely let me know if I'm audible. I'm still working out the kinks of this new mic and trying to get at least a decent setup for streaming and stuff. But yeah, let me know how it sounds and if I stray too far off mic or anything. So, but yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. So good. I'm glad it sounds better. Yeah, I've been trying to get a new mic for a while, just reading a ton of reviews, not knowing what to go for, and then I finally decided to just bite the bullet and pick a good looking one that was cheap. So this is a nice little Samsung mic. It does USB and XLR, and I just have a cheap scissor arm, which it's pretty good. So just little increments, getting better while we can. Brian's in the house. Hey man, sounds nice, cool. I'm glad my upgrade-itis is not in vain. Sega's gonna get a lav mic. Yeah, there's actually a lot of good cheap ones. I was surprised because I never really dabbled much in the seems all the stuff that's geared more towards the podcasting and online and YouTube realm. There's a lot of good hardware out there. It doesn't cost a whole lot. The first lav mic I got recently was the little Boya $10-15 mic that you can use with your phone, and it's a great little lav mic. Then there's also a really good little cheap Sony one that I was using for my streams that is actually pretty good. It's only about $20. So if you go around a little bit, there's actually affordable equipment out there that isn't a piece of junk. So thanks, Pete. Thanks for jumping in. Yeah. Ronald. Yeah, there I am. Yeah. YouTube apparently has decided to make my streaming all the more fun. I decided, oh well, I've upgraded my mic. Let me change to my other computer to make sure, hopefully I don't have something crash or something. And I had to pull it out, unplug stuff, move wires and everything, and then put my monitor over here to set up a stream and everything. And I'm like, okay, we're all ready. Everything's going. And then I'm stuck at that going live circle again. And I'm like, oh crap. So I'm like, well, it's never that easy, is it? Let's see. Sega's talking about his recent video. Left the mic on the table. Yeah. Well, you live and you learn. That's the only way you find out stuff. At least, you didn't do the really goofy stuff like leave the lens cap on or of course we're away from tapes, but when I was working in a work study at my college, I ran the service desk for all of the gear and stuff, all the equipment rentals, and I had dabbled in things before, and I always did tech help for people, friends, family, and stuff. But yeah, when you actually have that sort of capacity and any sort of officialdom, you will see every stupid mistake ever. So it's the only way you truly learn is you screw up really bad. Melinda's here. Hey there. Yeah, we're just going through the apparently third week in a row dummy stream at first. So whenever I schedule one, it decides, oh, you don't need to join your own live stream. Why would you need to do that? Just stare at yourself in a spinning circle. So so it looks like everybody's made it over and is coming in, and hopefully nobody gets in the phantom stream that I'll have to delete once we wrap up tonight. I sent a tech report in, but I don't know what the heck causes that. Yeah, I haven't didn't get a response or anything, but YouTube makes it difficult to even get to like tech help. You have to submit an email or feedback and stuff, and then it's like, okay, guys, is still happening. So I changed computers. I don't know what else I can do. Um, but and I'm glad this new mic's going because frees me up a bit, especially when I'm moving around, picking up stuff and all kinds of things. So, and let me know if I go too far off or anything because it is a bit omnidirectional. So it's very easy to move off, and then I'm talking, and you're like, "What is he saying?" So yeah, let me know if I go off mic too much. But yeah, let's see. I want a fan film where Henry Fonda's character from 12 Angry Men and Peter Finch's character from Network just debate. Like, and Bill Holden sits over in the corner just looking like, what is going on? That would be interesting. It would be calm and collected on one side with a fiery reserve of passion, and then on the other, just a complete loss of sanity and everything else. Yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be a heck of a debate. Of course, this live stream is not sponsored by Canada Dry, but gotta have ginger ale. So anyway, I'm glad I've always felt that. Well, the reason why I wanted to do the topic tonight, I've been a fan of Sidney Lumet's for most of my life, and the more you dig into his career and filmography, you just start scratching your head, going, "How is this person not as well recognized and revered?" And he still kept working. Of course, like anybody, had some gaps, and as the industry changed, had to find new ways to keep going. But it's one of the most just astonishing careers that anybody's ever had. Especially since that he lasted into the modern era, where again things got more difficult to get off the ground, and there were more levels of control you had to go through. And the fact that he still maintained a consistent body of work into his 80s is just astonishing. Yet you never hear about him, and in a lot of ways, I think it's the same case that you get with the other directors who all came out of the same period. That Lumet and his contemporaries, John Frankenheimer, Arthur Penn, George Roy Hill, Franklin Schaffner, and all the other guys who came out of live television in the 1950s during the golden age of television. You just don't hear all that much about them. You may hear about some of their notable pictures, but they're not on the level of the great auteurs, and they're not in all the books, and their work is just as good, usually extremely consistent. And Lumet was the interesting one out of all of them. He was the only one who was able to establish and maintain a body of work for all these decades. And for all that people want to talk about, say, for example, the one that always gets me, I get why people wanted to always talk about Woody Allen, because he kept making small films that were independently minded and breaking artistic barriers and things. And I get that, but it's like there's other people, and I could never understand for the life of me all the books, articles, classes, discourses, everything about Woody Allen. I'm like, well, Sidney Lumet is probably the quintessential New York director, and why can't we talk about him? Because it's like, if we're going to talk about Woody Allen, it's like you should already have been talking about Sidney Lumet like a year ago. But again, it's this strange thing. It's all the guys who came out of live television. They just never achieved that level of respect, and it's really strange to think that he was nominated many times, and it wasn't what he was going for. But everybody would like to win an Oscar. An Oscar is a sign of industry respect, and to think that Sidney Lumet never won a directing Oscar, but did finally win the Directors Guild Griffith Award and then the Lifetime Achievement Oscar. It's kind of just it doesn't make any sense. So I think Lumet's filmography is just huge to delve into, and there's so many pictures that are really interesting, and then complete off-ball pictures. Like when you first realize that he made The Wiz out of all things, it's just a strange thing to think of. But I think what separated him from the other the other guys who came out of 50s live television is that he established much more of a journeyman quality. He was much more like a classic contract studio director, but basically doing it on his own because that studio system mentality no longer existed. So in a way, it's very much like Mike Curtiz doing everything from adventure films to musicals to westerns to comedies to you name it, and actually making it work. I think Lumet was the closest we're ever going to get to that happening again in the modern realms. And I think that's something to be admired. Plus his low-key style, he disliked pretension. He could not refer to things as films or the cinema, and he absolutely hated the notion of the auteur theory being so taken way far beyond what it was supposed to mean, and getting the silly "a film by" credit slapped on everything and all that stuff. So there was a naturalism in his work, a consistency that was not desired. It wasn't something that, and he even would say in interviews, it's not, I don't have an overarching theme, but I think there is an inherent quality of social commentary. And I think that goes back to the era of 50s live television, because that's what everybody was trying to do, to tell stories that were important, that made you perhaps question elements of yourself, your own outlook on things, society as a whole. And I think that all of these guys, that stuff stayed with them, and it wasn't just the directors, it was the writers, because television, started out, it was a writer's medium. And then the same group of actors that was coming up at the time, everybody coming out of New York and then having to transplant over to LA eventually. But it's this interesting mix in the 50s where you have all these different people come out. But Lumet was the only one really who just kept consistently working. And even the pictures that don't really work as well, he would talk about, he would do things to just keep working, which is something you do have to do, because if you give yourself too much of a gap, that makes you less marketable. You start to drop down in the industry oversight. And the other guys who came out of live television, even Frankenheimer had several dry spells. He had, personal issues he dealt with. He moved to Europe for a while and then would have to come back and work his way back up. Whereas, and some of the others would have great hits in the 70s, but then not much else, and their career kind of, peters out at a certain point, if you look at their filmography. But Lumet never did that. So I think in a way it goes back to being like a studio journeyman back in the day. Just like if you look at Ford had some pictures that were not very good. Walsh had some pictures that weren't very good. Curtiz had a lot of pictures he was assigned that were just not any good. But there is something to always staying busy. It keeps you productive and focused on things. So that's something I think is very important, and I do think he's the only person post the studio system to really do that. So that's my little preamble. So let's check out some comments. Everybody catching up. Garrick watched The Hill. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, we're gonna talk about a lot about that picture, because that is one of those that when I saw it for the first time, it absolutely bowled me over, and I've never forgotten it. And that is one of the most underrated films of all time. Yes, as Pete says, Lumet is one of those people. If you're not serious about stuff and you just care about the next loud and flashy tent pole, you're it's going to mean nothing to you. But even if you've seen one picture he made, or several, or if you come to recognize any sense of quality, it's a name you recognize. And every time you go back over his filmography, you just forget vast array of projects that he was involved in, and he still stayed in television for a while afterwards. It was again, it's a career quite unlike anybody else's, and it's also interesting to note that he still stayed in New York for most of that career. So he was doing this outside the studio system while being within the studio system, if that makes any sense. um, oh gosh, yes, Anderson Tapes is a really interesting picture. It's not great, but it's such an oddball and so interesting that you can't help but love it. And yes, we will definitely talk about that. Um, so I guess what I'll do first is do the pickups round, because that's always a load of fun. Um, I think I mentioned this last week because it was a something I found on eBay. I finally got this at a good price on one of the random sales that it happens to go on, but it's because of the casing, it can be quite fun getting one of these, and it's perfect that we're already talking about 50s live television and the inherent social commentary in 50s television, because this goes part and parcel with it. Because I think this series would not have been half of what it was had it not been for the writer's experience in live television. So I finally picked up the complete series repackaging of the Twilight Zone, which is in one of these lovely epic cases that CBS happens to love. And I don't really mind these, but a lot of people have problems with them. The only difference is for this one, some of the discs can flop around in shipping, and the plastic is really thin. So the back has done like this, which I mean is okay, but it's just something you have to watch out for with these and the particular packaging. But the savings compared to the original, which was individual cases for each season, that sets out of print and goes for well over $100. Whereas this one, it was $100. Now I think it retails for about 70, and it occasionally drops down to the $30 range, which an eBay wholesaler, one of those warehouse sellers where they have like thousands of Blu-rays, they happened, I guess, to be parting out some, and so I saw it and I had some PayPal credit laying around, so I was like, okay, I can do that. So being an epic pack, opens like this, and of course the discs are just housed in this sort of flip book style. Don't know how well this is going to come across, but it's okay. It's navigable, but I have to say the way the discs are stacked is a little frustrating, and it's not as easy to use as the Star Trek Next Generation one, which uses a thicker and arguably better version of the Epic case. So I didn't know there were multiple versions, but seems a lot of people, especially CBS, has switched to using these for various, especially TV series, DVDs and such, complete series repackagings, things like that. And it's also kind of hard to close, especially because the back is a little dinged. But I might eventually just get some extra regular cases and put all the discs in here. But for the ridiculously low price, and it's a must. And the restorations they did for the Twilight Zone are just stunning. Lossless audio, all the old extras, and a bunch of new ones. But the picture quality is absolutely fantastic, and we finally get away from the old, broadcast syndication masters. And some channels still run those, and if you ever see that, it's really bad. Like, it looks like bad VHS on some of those. That's how bad they get. So this is a real godsend. And if you find one of these when it happens to go on sale, just go ahead and grab it. But be forewarned, the packaging is a little frustrating. So. See, reach over and try and grab everything else. All right, so I'm talking about the new incarnation of Twilight Zone. Hey, connoisseur. Yeah, I didn't even bother. I don't want to know. I finally saw some of the reviews were just kind of like, it's nothing special. I did see there was this really weird thing where it was said that they made a CGI Rod Serling in one of the episodes, and they showed a picture of it, and it just looked really creepy, and it felt really wrong. So I kind of try and ignore everything after the series. Like I still hate the 1983 movie. I always thought that was horrible, and to think of the tragedy that happened in making a movie that just did not go over very well. It's like very terribly, horribly ironic. And then there was the 80s Twilight Zone, which, I mean, they did get some interesting story materials to work from, but I just never really paid much attention to it. Um, yeah, it is not true Twilight Zone. Yeah. Just like Disney Wars is not Star Wars. Yes. Um, so moving on to the book side, I picked up a copy of a book I've read. I don't know how many times I've read this, probably 5, 6 times before, but I never had a copy of my own. This is one of the great director biographies. I think this was written, I think it was in the 90s. Let me see if I can find a date. Yeah, 97. So this is the Todd McCarthy book on Howard Hawks, uh, Gray Fox of Hollywood, which is this is the book on Howard Hawks, and this beautiful cover. Again, I've read this a whole bunch of times from the library, but just never had my own copy. This is the paperback version, but it's one of the really nice, sturdy paperbacks, and there's a nice overlay on the rear cover. But again, this is one of the great books on a film director and goes into a lot of the nitty gritty details on Hawks. So very, very highly recommended. So, of course, I can't say no to a vintage, cool looking paperback. And this is a book where I absolutely adore the film, but I've never actually gone and read the book. The author's books really are not as well available as as I presume they used to be. So I never thought about buying like the new expensive reprints, but I just wanted to find nice, cool looking vintage paperbacks. So anyway, I'm not sure when this particular one came out. Probably the 80s or something. Yeah, 1984. But this is a nice paperback reprinting of Maclean's The Guns of Navarone, which is supposed to be a bit different from the film, but the same similar structure and characters and everything. And I love The Guns of Navarone. It's one of the all-time great adventure films, one of the best films. It's about World War II, probably the first modern action film ever made. So I'm really excited to finally read the book. And of course, it's pretty simple, but a nice, cool paperback. And again, McLean is not often talked about. Just like a lot of the other classic thriller writers, you don't hear people talk about McLean or like the classic spy and adventure thrillers by like Eric Ambler or anybody like that. So I think it's becoming I wouldn't necessarily a lost part of literature, but it's definitely feeling that way. But I'm excited to finally read the book version because I absolutely adore the film. I think the film is iconic in every single way, and just people don't talk about it the way they should. It's that important. So it'd be cool to finally read the book, and of course, I'll be reading and trying not to picture Greg Peck's face and everybody else. And then these were just random finds. They were dirt cheap, and I've never really read any of these particular books before, but I've started picking up these cool looking vintage paperbacks, and I figured, just try a couple, see if I like it. But I'm finally starting to dabble in Star Trek books. So I picked up 3 really great condition vintage paperbacks. So this is, and they all have great, like classic sci-fi style art. So this is the New Voyages 2 of Trek. And then a couple more, try and do this. Price of the Phoenix. Again, this artwork is fantastic. And then the Vulcan Academy Murders. So again, I'm just like finding a couple books at random and just giving them a shot, and just seeing. I don't think these are like super highly regarded, and you usually see like a huge Star Trek section in most used bookshops or comic stores or anything. And it's just filled with tons of Star Trek books, and I would see that growing up, haunting used bookshops and stuff. You still see that, and I was always like, man, are these any good? There seems like there's hundreds of them. And of course, I grew up on the Star Wars Expanded Universe and never really got into Star Trek. So now I figured, well, make up for lost time, try a couple, see if I like any of it. But I know there's a ton. So, but when you find really cool vintage paperbacks with awesome art like this, it's hard to find stuff like this in good shape. So then I'm like, okay, I can do that. And then because I seem to not be able to not continually add to my Hardy Boys and other associated acts collection, um, I found two more. This one is a another one of the what's commonly referred to as the Nancy Drew Digest. So this is book 59. I think this was written probably in the late 70s, early 80s. See if I can, yeah, 1980. So this is book 59. And again, these are getting a lot more difficult to find. They never really got reprints, but they did get updated cover art. So it's even harder to find. This is the original cover art style, and it has the same style as the equivalent Hardy Boys books from the same time period. But anytime I find a random title that's in good shape, that's, super cheap, I just go ahead and pick it up because, again, you probably aren't going to find it again outside of trying to track it down on eBay. And then this one's really cool. I had this particular edition, but this one was literally, it wasn't even $1, and it's in really great shape. So I was like, well, I'll just grab this too. So this is a really cool edition of book 10, What Happened at Midnight. This has the second cover, which I believe is from the 1940s, and it's in the blue spine edition, which they started doing once they switched away from the tweed hardcovers with dust jackets. But what's really cool about this, even though it's in the more modern style jacket when they started rewriting the stories, this is one of the carryover books. So he has the brown end papers, but this actually has the original text of the 1931 book. So as you can see, it has the old style front piece artwork, and then the original title page. And then, so you can also tell it has a lot more chapters and the page count's a lot higher. So it's in the modern blue spine style, but it's one of these transitional books where it still has the original text and one of the older covers on it. And these are getting very difficult to find, but you can actually find most of the 37 books that were rewritten before they got up to the point where they were current with book 38. You can actually find most of them with the original text in the blue spine editions. So anytime I stumble across one of these and I check it and it has the original text, I'm like, okay, I'm going to take this one, because it's hard enough finding the original text in the tweed covers, and usually by this point in time, all those books are totally shot, because owned by kids for generations. It's the binding is not going to last. The dust jacket was the first thing to go, and they just get super worn. And I have a couple of those, but most of them are not in the best of shape. So let's see. Have you read Bordwell's book Reinventing Film? I don't think I've read that one. I have read a lot of Bordwell. He and his wife, whose name I cannot remember off the top of my head. I want to say it's Kristen Thompson, but I may be wrong. They've written a lot of the more modern textbooks, and you'll see a lot of those. Like I think it's Discovering Film Art is one. There's a whole, they write like different series, and then they'll do like updated versions. But Bordwell also does a lot of online writing, so. And he's one of the few voices that I can actually read and respect, even though he can go a bit into the like super academic side, which, sometimes you need that. That's fine. But I think he's one of the few voices, still in print that's actually knows what they're talking about. Let's see, but it'll be cool to see somebody, especially somebody that intelligent and that far-reaching, talking specifically about 40s films, because the 40s were such an interesting time period that outside of talking about film noir and specific films, nobody talks about like the actual time period. Pete owns 3 Lumet films, 12 Angry Men, Dog Day Afternoon, and Network. Still need to get more. Oh, trust me, I need to get more. That's the good and bad thing about doing these is I pulled everything out and I'm like, wait, I thought I had, oh, crap. Actually, the ironic thing is, 12 Angry Men, I've had copies of. I think I loaned my DVD out to somebody and didn't get it back. And I always thought I had the Criterion Blu-ray already, but apparently I don't. So now I've added that, bumped it up to like the top of the list because I always thought I had it, but apparently I don't. And I just convinced myself that I did. So I am currently actually without a copy of 12 Angry Men, and I've owned copies before, and I just don't know what happened to it. So I have to correct that. But Lumet has such a varied filmography. There's some titles that are difficult to find. Only a handful are out on Blu-ray. Warner Archive's done a number of others. Some are stuck in full screen transfers still, like on snapper case DVDs and stuff, like some of the 80s Frankenheimer films are as well. So at least they're relatively available, but not always in the best of editions. So on some of them, I've kind of been holding out, hoping that they'd get like a nice Blu-ray or something. Let's see. Oh, talking about Techmoan. Techmoan's got a great channel, especially if you're interested in technology, and he does all these great teardowns of whatever piece of equipment he's talking about, and gets far more technical than I can get. So those are fun to watch. And I've heard of 8-Bit Guy, but I've never checked them out. I'll have to do that. Oh, which book was that, Connoisseur? Which I'm catching up on some of these. First book ever given for Christmas. Yeah, actually, I think in this one, I think it's still got the original inscription, and that's what's really cool about looking at books from a certain time period. This one actually says in Midnight, it's got a inscription from Daddy, and it says July 1967. I don't know how well you can see that, but that's pretty cool. Once you know it was, well loved before you picked it up. Heard about those books before, never got the chance to read them. Yeah, that's there's a lot of a well, I can't talk. There's still so many books that I haven't read. So many things I've been meaning to read, and then I forget about, and then I see it later, and I'm like, oh damn. And then I'm always cramming in whatever time I can find, a chunk here, a few pages here, a couple paragraphs here. I'm actually reading a really good book on Serling at the moment. I think it's called Rod Serling, Television's Last Angry Man. There's a couple books on Serling, but that seemed to be the best one I had access to that had the best reviews. And I'm about halfway through, but it's a pretty good biography so far. Serling was really interesting character, and horribly underrated, and unfortunately never really got the all the accolades he deserved, and had a lot of inner demons and things, and of course died really prematurely. So really somebody that you could, and I think there's talk that they're actually trying to do a biopic about him, which I hope is not really the case, because biopics don't really usually go very well. Usually they're super cliched and generic, and I hope that would not be the case if they did indeed do one about Serling. Somebody talking about let's see. Oh, A-Track's in the house. Hey man. Watch Laserdisc. Oh, A-Track is a Laserdisc diehard, and only 16 years old. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it would have been cool if I had been able to dabble in Laserdisc when I was 16, but I had to wait a couple years until I was. I didn't really get started until I was in college. I knew about them and always knew of them, but I just never had access to a player or much information about them. I remember trying to finally look them up because I was just curious about other home video formats, and I was reading like the tech specs on the Wikipedia page, and researching about CED and VHD and all the other formats that I just never got to play with. So that's what started the ball rolling. And then here we are. I have shelves and shelves and shelves, and boxes of discs, and I don't even know where they all came from half the time. So it was What Happened at Midnight. Yeah. Oh, wow, you had the same cover and everything. Yeah. Honestly, it's interesting to see what, attachments everybody has to specific titles, but, I remember my first Hardy Boys was Mystery of Cabin Island, the revised text, and I think I read it at least 3 or 4 times when I first got it. It was just, I just found it and thought it looked interesting, and then it went on from there, and it's still going. Um but yeah, it's honestly wonderful to go back and read those. There's a lot of great stuff there. There's a lot of great people who collect them, and tons of information online, that really helps in trying to identify the different texts and covers and the actual writers, the ghost writers who went uncredited, and stuff like that. So it's really helpful because usually, I was just hunting around random used bookshops and dusty shelves and antique malls and things, looking for random titles, just trying to find other ones and stuff. Um, but let's see. A-Track was in sixth grade and saw a player and immediately wanted one. Wow. And that's what got one for Christmas. Man, that's fantastic. Gosh, if I had asked my parents for one, they wouldn't even know what I was talking about. Usually, what I would make like detailed lists for, things I wanted for Christmas or birthdays and stuff, and give to people. So you'd be no trouble. Here's You can pick anything on here, and here's where you get it, and here's how much it costs, and da 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 da, and here's what the cover looks like. And then you just get a card with some money, and you're like, oh, okay. I don't know why I make a list, but all right. Oh, okay, I can do that. Oh, oh man, the dreaded film buff or aficionado or, film nerd, and then you get into any sort of topic, and they're just like, "Eh?" Same thing happens when you go to sadly, when you go to film school or official places, you run into all kinds of people like that. Um, I never proclaim like I'm some kind of expert or something, because nobody really knows everything. Um, but I'm always open to find out or learn new stuff. But it's really frustrating because, outside of, doing some of these streams and stuff, it's only on like the occasional, online forum where I can really start to get into a discourse. But it's usually, only in like more specialized places. But yeah, the actual content about, motion picture history analysis, the artistic side of stuff on YouTube. It's just it's not there. It's much more in the film blogs. Like there's a number of really good film blogs that, will do, interconnected postings or topics of the month and stuff. So if you dig around, you can find some, good pieces by really intelligent and, passionate people, but not so much on the YouTube front. So that's part of why I wanted to start my channel in the first place, because I just got so fed up. So even though I'm just talking about Laserdisc, I'm like, well, I'm actually just going to talk about each darn picture and talk about what it means and stuff like that, because that's just what I do in my head anyway. But yeah, you really can't go past like the genre favorites of the 80s. If you go past that, it's like, no, it's just not there. And if it's not the top 5 or 10 people on a list in every single book, they don't know who it is. And there are some things people go on and on about. I just don't get it. I just like, I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was great or anything. But, I was actually looking at an old, I can't remember what it's called. It was a BBC horror documentary. This is slightly off topic, but it just reminded me. It just really irked me really bad. But it was the BBC, documentary on history of horror. I think somebody uploaded it to, YouTube, and they were talking to John Carpenter as one of the, interviewees, and, he basically, they were talking about Universal horror of the 30s, and then they, started talking about Val Lewton and the importance of Luton, and then they cut to Carpenter, who's like, I thought it was silly. I mean, in cat people, you don't see anything. And I'm like, this is why I don't like you. Like, I get it, but I have never been a John Carpenter fan, and that just like underlined it for me. I'm like, that's that's the whole point of the genius and the poetry in the Luton films, and I'm like, no. So that wasn't even a YouTube armchair critic or supposed film buff. That was John Carpenter. And I'm like, oh no. You're supposed to know, man. Like, you're supposed to be on our side. Um, but yeah, that's a decent little overview documentary. But nobody's really gone into it's not going to go into like super crazy detail or anything. But I just stumbled across that again recently, and I'd forgotten about it, and I just like I'm like, "Argh." But yeah, I do the same thing with a lot of those videos. I click on it, and it's got a great title. It's about a subject or topic I'm really passionate about, and then a couple minutes later, it's like, yeah, no, skip. Or just like scrub through to see if there's anything like, okay. And a lot of guys mean well, but I don't know. It's just there's a dearth of really fulfilling content out there for this particular topic, and I think that's what also caused a lot of academics to just turn their nose up at online writing and videos and things. When there is good stuff out there, you just have to dig around for it and got to use a little common sense. But I think the hardest thing is, let me get this for reference. 9 times out of 10, most people have never picked up one of these. The fact of me talking about this fantastic book on hawks, I don't think most people are going to have read a book. They're just going to look at the Wikipedia page and look at the filmography and just be like, oh, and then they did this, and then he did Sergeant York, and then he worked with John Wayne, and then that was it. And it's like, no, you got to talk about other stuff. But anyway, I digress. I am totally with you, Pete, on that. Let's see. Oh man, A-Track's got a full-on Hitachi A-Track player and replaced the belt and everything. Wow. Yeah, Melinda's mystery boxes. Yes, they do rule indeed. Absolutely fantastic. I never thought I'd have this level of response when I started. So that's just been absolutely fantastic and gives me confirmation I must be at least doing something right. So let me see. What else did I miss here? I get to talking too much and then more stuff pops up. Yeah, everybody knows about Back to the Future and Aliens and da 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 da. Yeah, I actually those two particular things, I didn't even see them all the way through until I was much older. It was everywhere, and I was kind of like, well, they seem okay, but I'm not really interested in that stuff. I've always been much more interested in what I wanted to chase after, not what's the popular zeitgeist thing of the moment. And I think with the whole wave of 80s nostalgia, that's made all the genre classics really jump up in the current populace. But I have to say, most of those, I'm like, it's okay, but I don't absolutely love them like people go on about them. I'm like, there are much more great triumphs than just talking about Back to the Future for the 800th time. Which, yeah, Back to the Future is very good and all, but there are other things to talk about. There were things that came before. Let's see. Oh man. Garrick's got a whole section in his to watch list of just stuff I've talked about. Wow. Oh man. Glad to be of service. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I've had people tell me like they couldn't take it anymore because maybe I got a little bit too weird too fast with suggestions or things. I'm like, you haven't seen that? You have to see this. But yeah. Well, yeah, a film buff should be a positive term. It used to be a positive term, and now it doesn't even get used very much. Yeah, it should be somebody who's passionately interested in all aspects. And I try to be open minded in everything. So if I get dragged along to something modern and it's terrible, I'm still looking at the craft and saying, well, you could do this differently, or you could do that differently, or figure out what you may have done, and always try and find something. But don't feel bad. It's you're definitely not a dunce. You're in the you're in the right place. But yeah, I'm just I started storing away this type of information in my head at a very very young age. So maybe it quickly became more than an obsession. But yeah, I sometimes I'm amazed at some of the stuff that I had just stored away where I'm like, oh, well, what about this? And I'm like, yeah, because that was directed by so and so, because it was co written by this person who originally was going to produce it over the other studio. I'm like, wait, how do I even remember that? Like, I've never even seen this picture yet. I know all this stuff, probably because I've read about it too many times. But that I think the other problem is there's less of a desire to go back and really study things. And when you go to film school, that's when it really hits home. Where you're at like an art house theater, you're in like what should be official film circles, and it's just not there. Like you try to talk about screwball comedies, you try to talk about 50 science fiction, you try to talk about, any of the greats, and you're lucky to get any sort of traction. But you can go on like the Criterion forum and everybody knows what you're talking about, and you're like, whoa. Or you go on the Blu-ray forum, or any online discussion site, and you can generally find people who kind of sort of know what you're talking about, which is really strange. But try doing that in real life. You can't do it. It doesn't exist. You don't need to be a film buff to know Terminator. Yeah. Oh gosh, how else would I have discovered that Gloria Valdez is coming? Oh man, that is a fantastic, little often discussed Burt Lancaster Western, which I think Kino did it on Blu-ray this past year. I think they did that, and I guess The Lawman too, basically replicating the Laserdisc double feature set. And I was surprised. That's just one of those random Kino titles. Let me see. I think that does it for. Oh no, no, I'm cutting myself short. I knew there was something else. So I thought I was done. I was not done. So on the music front, I found this really cool 12-inch that I was unaware of. Well, of course, I knew there was probably a promo single, but I was unaware of this particular one. So this is one of the very few US 12-inch promos with just the single on one side, but it's actually cut at 45 speed. So it's like a 80s UK 12-inch, because they were all at 45 speed. And so that means that the grooves are really great for the song, and it takes up almost the entire side. And it's got a let's see, I think it's got two B sides, which are also at 45 speed. But I picked up, it's in a generic sleeve, but Robert Plant's classic single Big Log from the Principle of Moments album. Again, standard sleeve, but it's got the Plant logo of the time stamped on here, so that's pretty nice. But the cool part is, again, this is actually at 45 speed, which is about the best sound quality you can get on an LP. And I am a giant fan of 80s UK 12 inches, because they're almost always at 45 speed and they sound fantastic. So of course, this is a true classic song, and you can get the album it's on for pretty cheap. But I just didn't know there was a 45 RPM 12-inch. So this is really really cool. And then I stumbled across this, which I was just like, I wasn't looking to spend money, but it was there, and it was on the wall at the front of the store where they have the rarer titles, and it's up there in a plastic sleeve with the the attributes and things, and I'm just like, oh boy, I have to. Maybe it's in good shape. It's not that expensive. I better look at it. And it's just like, okay, take my money. I have to do it. So I'm surprised that I even have any of these, but I'm working my way closer to completing the entire classic run on original pressings. But this is something that is just in amazing shape, and again was not expensive at all for what these could go for. So I picked up. Very surprisingly, I picked up the classic Miles Davis, Someday My Prince Will Come. This is the original mono pressing. So it's a 6i mono Columbia LP. But what's really even more amazing about this, the fact is the cover is in absolutely mint shape. Usually you find these and the cover is trashed. Most of the copies on eBay, the cover's shot. But what's even cooler is this is actually an original promotional copy. So it's got the demonstration, not for sale stamp on the back, which means that this would have been sent out to a critic or a radio DJ. And it's an extremely rare find to find original 6i mono or stereo Miles albums with that are still the original promo versions. So just to show you what the label looks like, they actually printed on the label, and it's this sort of silver printing across. So you see the classic 6i label, which is the mark of distinction for original pressings. As you can see, it's got the demonstration not for sale actually written and stamped onto the label. But again, just like the way it is on the back of the jacket, it's not super obstructive, and you can still enjoy the label. But the condition on this is really fantastic. These are pretty thick LPs as well. It's got some scuffs and stuff, but these are remarkably resilient records. This makes the fourth classic Miles that I have now, and all of them, they're not ostensibly, in mint shape. But they play amazingly well, even without, deep cleaning or anything. So just goes to show you that, they did know what they were doing back in the day with vinyl pressings. But again, it's just amazing to find in this condition. And again, the fact that it's a original demonstration promo disc, I was just like, yeah, this is coming with me. I'm not leaving this on the shelf here. And for the price I paid, it's really a fraction of what these can normally go for. I was just amazed that somebody had actually traded this in. So again, if you ever stumble across any of the classic Miles albums, and it's especially if it's on the original 6i label like this is the point where people really debate whether the mono or stereo is better. But you probably should just have both. So, but it's really hard to find original pressings, especially in good shape. But if you ever stumble across any on a 6i label, even if it looks shot, if it's cheap, pick it up, take it home, and try it out for yourself, because there's nothing like the sound of these original 6i pressings. So yeah, that was an amazing, I don't know why this is here and why somebody didn't immediately buy it. But yeah, it's just like, I can't let that go. And it was only about $20, which is insane. That's the price of the mono reissue vinyl, which is pretty good. But I think those were all cut from digital files, and they were done for like Record Store Day, I think, one year. So you can get the mono Miles albums on vinyl if you want for about $20-$25. But now this makes the fourth 6i mono that I've actually found for less than the price of one of the mono reissues. So they are out there, but they are absolutely fantastic. So that goes right onto my shelf of super rare. I can't believe I actually have a copy of this LPs. Favorite Miles album? I'm not the most experienced, so I love jazz. I've always listened to jazz stations, but I can't just sit there and name like a bunch of specific albums. I totally admit my jazz knowledge is very, very limited, but I know it's like a stock answer because it's so popular and so important, but it's kind of blue. It's just that powerful, that towering of an achievement. And the first time I got a copy of it, I think I just had it on rotation for a couple months. It's just you can never get tired of it. It's so potent and powerful and stunning. No matter which version you prefer, mono, stereo, one of the audiophile reissues, there's a ton of great versions of it. But yeah, it would be Kind of Blue, and of course, right in there would be Roundabout Midnight, Milestones, and I don't know. I guess if I had to say anything after besides Kind of Blue, it's probably actually the incredible soundtrack to Elevator to the Gallows, which is just one of the harrowing soundtracks of motion pictures, where Miles basically just played to the film in a dark room being projected, and it's just like, oh man, just gets right into one's soul, and it's just like, this is just like a mixture of pure darkness and somber sorrow and just bitter irony all rolled up into one. But basically anything from that period. And I think Miles is just there's so much there, so much variety, so much complete 180s musically that I still have not finished digging through everything. So I'm going through one at a time, but I have always tried to keep an eye out if I find any original issues. It's like, okay, this is coming with me, because I know they're just really difficult to find. Let's see. Oh, I got a lot of stuff popped up. Talking about the mic. This is the. Let me turn it so you can get a better view. I think I can turn it. Let me see. So this is the Samson Q2U. Just got a little Samson Q2U. If you couldn't hear, I've got a little foam pad on it. Just have it on a little scissor arm, but they run about. I think the list price is $59. It's got USB and XLR. It's even got a headphone monitor port. I'm really impressed with it. I read a ton of reviews before I picked a mic, but I don't think you can beat this for the price and the performance. So you have versatility. You can plug it in XLR and you can use it USB in your computer. It's really solid, but yet it's very simple, very easily portable, and it comes with XLR cable, comes with a nice box, comes with a little tabletop stand. And again, it's $59. I mean, it's like a 120 mic for $59. The performance you get out of this thing is fantastic. So very highly recommended. I don't think there's a better pro seeming cheap mic out there. But yeah, so far I'm pretty happy with it. And like with anything that's on the cheaper side, if you treat it well, you should get some good usage out of it, because some people will just do everything and all of a sudden said, oh well, the connector broke, and it's like, well, you got to be a little careful with it. It's not a $500 microphone, it's a $50 microphone. But yeah, so far I'm pretty happy with it. The only thing is, because of the design, you have to be pretty close and like talking directly into it like I am now. Otherwise I would have it, somewhere down here, so it's not just intruding on my face, because I'm having to get used to having a scissor arm in my line of vision again, trying to look through some of these comments. So let me see if I can move this and read the comments better. Let's see. Beginning steps in order to become a true film buff. Honestly, I think it's just having a passion for it, and actually, taking the time to care. I think if you do that and you're open minded, I think you're pretty much good to go, whether you're technically oriented or not. It's just most people are seemingly not capable of doing that or don't want to. So I just find it really strange. People can go on and on about a picture, and I'm just like, man, I just rewatched. Oh gosh, I was looking at a sequence in something. I'm trying to remember what it was, and it just bowled me over. Oh darn. Oh man, I can't remember what it was now. It was a Ford movie, and it's not a very well regarded Ford movie, but there was one scene that was playing on TCM, and I just stopped because I caught myself watching it, and I just watched this sequence, and I was just looking at the staging and everything, and I was just like, man, like this is fantastic, and it's not even a great movie. It's like the one of the Ford movies that everybody says, oh, this wasn't any good, oh, it was terrible. I just can't remember for the life of me what it was now. I'm blanking, but doesn't give you a very good example. But yeah, it's like if something isn't critically or accepted by the establishment, or it isn't some cult movie, it's like, or cult classic, or very popular with a bunch of people, it's just like doesn't exist. Oh well, Film school, I think, is a mixed bag. Like, if you go to one of the big schools and you can afford to, that has a lot of industry connections, I think it can be very good. But it's a very popular thing to do now. But I still don't know if you get all that much out of it because you're still very much on your own in a lot of ways in terms of having to make the productions. And they also separate the critical side. So there are classes about. They're not really about analysis; they're about film history. And then the critical side is separated from the production side, and you have to choose one or the other, which makes no sense to me. I think that a film degree should have both. You should have a strong basis in both, because without one or the other, you don't have that complete, well-rounded outlook. But they don't do that, so it's like, no, you must choose one or the other, and you dabble a little bit here and there. So you have guys who basically do their own mini productions the whole time and don't know a clue about anything. And then you have people who write nothing but thesis papers, but don't have a clue about anything production wise. And with technology constantly changing, stuff changes all the time, and schools don't always keep up, or they have really great technical equipment and gear. So there's always trying to find a balance, between all those. And there's usually a much greater chance of success and getting more out of it if you go to one of the big name schools. But again, the trick is actually affording that. But yeah, it's not necessarily, I would say, the place for diehards, because you're going to be very, very quickly disheartened, because you think, oh, it'll be like going to USC and UCLA in the 60s and being with all the other film school brats, and you always get this romanticized idea about Spielberg was down here, and then Milius and Lucas and Walter Murch were in a class here, and Coppola graduated first and got a screenplay picked up, and then got his first directing gig, and then everybody else followed, and then the other guys were at UCLA, and it was all like this great collective. And then you go to film school and you're like, yeah, this isn't romantic at all. This is like high school on steroids, but with a lot of cameras. But anyway, there are great film schools out there, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna be able to transition directly into the industry like we'd all like to, because of course the industry is totally different. So let's see. Oh man, favorite Lumet film. I want to say one, but there's so many different great ones and so many that I love. I hate just pigeonholing something as like my favorite, whether it's a director's career, actor's career. No, it doesn't even have to be movies. I hate specifically trying to rank stuff. I mean, it's fun to do just to figure out what you prefer, but it's hard. I guess if push came to shove, I would probably say The Hill, because that film is a masterpiece, and it's completely underrated. And every time I see it again, it still is that powerful. But I could say Network, I could say Dog Day Afternoon, I could say The Verdict, I could say Prince of the City. There with Lumet, there's so many. In a way, it's like trying to pick your favorite Hitchcock film. Because there simply are so many, and so many are very strong, and so many are underrated. But it's probably The Hill for me. But that's if I have to give an answer, that's probably it. But yeah, that's a hard question. And of course, 12 Angry Men as well. Think of that being your first feature. It's like, yeah, who comes out of the gate swinging like that? Let's see. Oh, going through some of the other comments. Going through the other versions of 12 Angry Men. That's interesting too, because of course 12 Angry Men started out as a live television adaptation, and then the film version was the remake. And a lot of the big live television programs had that happen, where they were restaged, or they became stage plays, or they were already stage plays, and then they had the eventual film version. But I think 12 Angry Men is definitely the best of the film versions of a live teleplay. And of course, the availability of the original live television shows is not the greatest. So a lot of times you can only read about them, or see clips of them, or see like a random YouTube upload, or outside of like the Criterion Golden Age of Television set, there's not like any like great releases of them. So I haven't seen all of them. I've seen clips of some of the more famous ones, but I think 12 Angry Men is the strongest film remake of one of those shows. And Marty is a very good film, but 12 Angry Men is so hyper focused, and it like takes everything out of the live television environment and brings it into the cinematic form. In such a way that it's really a single piece. You don't ever, the tension is never broken. As soon as the movie starts, it's, the ball is already rolling and the tension just builds up until the very end of the film. So I think it enhances and builds upon everything that they were doing in live television. And Lumet like intrinsically knew how to translate it into the feature form. So I think that shows an insane level of skill right out of the bat. Right, sorry, right off the bat. But what I hate is that when anybody has a long career, people know certain pictures and they'll talk about just those. So 12 Angry Men is usually the picture that comes up most often because it's also used in classrooms, and it's one of the great courtroom films. Even though the courtroom's barely in the movie, we're in the jury room most of the time. But it is a great film. It is a masterpiece. But it is interesting to note that it was based on the original live television version. And then they tried to do it again much later on. And I think it was the late 90s, early 2000s when they were doing a couple of they did a couple remakes of similar materials. And they did I can't remember who did it, but they did another version of 12 Angry Men in color, and I saw part of it. That was years and years ago, and it was interesting, but it didn't have the immediacy of the original film version. And I think the immediacy is what really adds to the power of the storytelling and the thematics going on, because that's one of those pictures that really makes you have to go out and question your own outlook, because it's very easy to be an armchair audience member and say, oh, well, they were all terrible at the beginning, but placed in the same situation under the same time constraints and the same stressors, you may not be so golden starting out morally as you might think. So again, this ties back into the notion of social commentary that all of these guys back in the 50s during the live television era, it was such an important thing for them to do, to talk about real things, to then provoke ideas and discourses and discussions and for lack of a better term, change. And that the fact that everybody was doing something that meant something, that was actually important. So and you can look at 12 Angry Men. There's absolutely not a false moment in it. The photography, the staging, the editing, the fact that over the course of the film, the tension changes. Everybody gets tired, they get sweaty, they get fidgety, they get agitated, and we never go outside of this jury box. We never open it up, which would have been a horrible mistake, because if you had gone anywhere outside, they'd open the window and take the camera outside, they'd gone out into the courtroom and had a bunch of courtroom scenes, it would have lost all of that tension. It would have just been like steam escaping. So imagine it like a kettle that's on the stove, and the water's building to a boiling point. That's what the film's like. That's what makes it so powerful. The fact that it's about powerful themes, and it's a morality play, really, but it's in a pressure cooker. So that just magnifies everything. Oh, that's right. It was HBO, and oh yeah, it was on Laserdisc, but not on DVD or Blu-ray in the States. I want to say it may be like a PAL DVD or something. I think I may have seen something like that before, but yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through, but I did see part of it years and years and years ago, and I remember it being okay, but it's kind of weird when there's something that iconic and then you see it, being redone, and especially in color. It's just I have sort of the same problem seeing the Scorsese Cape Fear. I know I was talking about Cape Fear on one of the last streams, and how the remake's good and it makes nice, interesting changes to make it fresh, but it's just so weird and it's not as effective to me because the original is so great. It's so atmospheric and everything. It's really weird seeing it in color and seeing everything all modernized. Um, oh yeah, and the other thing we haven't touched on about Lumet is, he was primarily known as being an actor's director, and it was always common in the studio system to have directors get labeled as, being a particular type. They always wanted the type people. So you had your actor's director, you had the action director, you had the so-called woman's director who specialized in women's pictures and costume dramas and things, but couldn't do action. Which is a bit silly because if somebody's good at their job, they should be able to do pretty much anything and do a good job of it. But what Lumet started out as an actor, and I think that really is his grounding, because he knew what actors were going through, and he knew what they were trying to do and what they were trying to convey, and he knew how important that was. And then working in live television, where it's like the theater, but of course, in the theater, you get to do multiple performances. Live television, you don't. And if something goes wrong, you have to just roll with it. And you have to prepare up to a certain point to be ready to go. So I think that fed into what he's pretty well known, pretty famous for doing, is always insisting on several weeks of rehearsal before every picture, doing table reads and getting everybody together and having them actually rehearse and discover where they wanted to go, what they wanted to do, and interact with each other. And he was really, I think, the only person to try and do that every single picture, and not just like a week, but sometimes like 2 or 3 weeks, or sometimes even longer, for a rehearsal period. And that, of course, meant that the shooting schedules were could be done pretty quickly because everything else had been worked out. So again, this really harkens back to the days of live television, because they would have very intricate rehearsal periods, because then they had to go shoot the thing and shoot it once and be one and done and hope nothing went wrong. So everybody had to know what their blocking was, where they were going, what they were going to do, what choices they were going to make like a week before. So I think this carries over into his feature making, and it also adds a certain honesty, because he wasn't making fantasy pictures, he wasn't making a lot of science fiction or anything. He was usually telling real stories, or stories based on true, in and around true events. So it adds a certain authenticity and a certain believability. And also, he was not like fully rigid as some were to adherence to script. He was open for actors to improvise a little bit, but they could do that during the rehearsal period. They could really, sink their teeth into stuff and not have to worry about wasting time and money on a set. And I think there is an importance, but not everybody works well that way. That may be good for some people, but it's a complete rarity to have any rehearsal period on any picture in this day and age. And I know that got harder and harder for Lumet to do over the course of his career, but he always insisted on it. And I do think there is an importance in having some rehearsal time, but that's I think the really big difference between him and everybody else. And that's what made him a so-called actor's director. Not just the fact that he insisted on intricate rehearsal times, but he actually had been an actor, so he knew what it was like being on the other side. So he knew that sometimes he would have to try and dig stuff out of people, or work with people to have them discover it for themselves. And I think that's why he got so many great performances out of actors. Because if you look, not everybody get a great performance out of Brando. Not everybody gets a great Pacino performance. And I think you'd be hard pressed. I don't think there's a better director. I mean, it's hard to say because I hate to talk in absolutes, but I think the performances Lumet got out of Sean Connery are just stunning. I think if it hadn't been for the films he did with Lumet, I think Connery would have burned out a lot more quickly. And like even in especially in The Hill, even in the Anderson tapes, even in Murder on the Orient Express, and especially in The Offense, the performances he got out of him are just astounding. And you do get the sense that there was, a mutual respect between Lumet and all of his actors, where both sides were working towards the same goal, and there was a genuine desire for everybody to reach the same place. Um, and all of this within the modern studio system. And the interesting thing, the reason why I compared to Alan earlier, Alan stayed in New York. Lumet stayed in New York for most of his career. He made films for major studios, but none of them were super expensive. The budgets were always kept low. They were more about the story and the storytelling and the characters. And I think that's also what attracted a lot of the big names. And his track record in live television and working with classic literature and classic dramas and things like that. So, um, but yeah, and then you can turn around and do something like The Wiz, and you're like, what the heck? And even he would admit, like, yeah, the opportunity arose, and I was like, well, it might be fun. And I think that's another important thing. The fact that he was able to say, you know, he would do stuff as a lark, or he would do stuff to keep working, and he would try to find positives in all kinds of stuff. Um, it shows such an open-mindedness that people just don't have. Um, so I think it's all of this stuff that really, separate him from the pack of his contemporaries, and I think that's what that's what really made his longevity, in terms of maintaining his career for all these years up until his final film in 2007. Um, which we'll get to in just a second. Let's see, a couple more comments. Ooh, 5 or 10 directors are the absolute best in every technical aspect. Oh man. Um, hmm. That is very difficult, because there are great directors, but everybody works in a different way. And, some of the greatest directors of all time couldn't tell you what lens did what. And then on the flip side, another one of the greatest directors could tell you every single thing about the camera, but everybody would say they were horrible with actors, or they didn't have good, because you have to, it's not just the technical stuff. You have to know how to play the studio game at the time. You have to know how to work with studios, how to work with agents, how to navigate the waters, really. And that's something really important. It's the practical side of movie making that, they never go into in film schools. They never go into in critical books. They never go into in making of documentaries or things like that. But you read anybody's biography, and you read all the crap they have to go through just to get a movie started or get a job even. It's really important. So, I mean, like anybody else, I have my favorites. The ones whose works probably speak to me a lot, much more than others. But honestly, I don't know if there ever was anybody who was, like absolutely perfect in every regard. There's tons of great journeyman directors who never got the credit they deserved, who were great at almost everything. There's it's a hard question to answer, really. Um, Honestly, I think the easiest thing to say probably is the ones who maintained such a level of quality over a long period of time and made it through the changes of time. Hitchcock is the easiest to pinpoint. Because he transitioned from the silence to sound and lasted until the late 70s. Ford was very similar, but didn't have the same level of kind of canny knowledge of mass media and getting his name and profile out there that Hitchcock did, which Hitchcock kind of borrowed that from what Frank Capra was doing in the 30s, with finally getting his name above the title of the movie, becoming a household name. So Hitchcock was very canny about that. Kubrick was very similar in getting his amazing deal at Warner Brothers, which allowed him, final cut and control, and allowed him the time in between films. And he had basically the best contract anybody's ever had ever. If you really go and look at it, all the stuff he was able to do at Warner Brothers, nobody else in the world had that. And again, he wasn't spending a lot of money. That's the other thing. You don't have to spend a lot of money, and that makes people much more likely to be like, "Oh, hey, you know what you're doing, and you don't want a lot of money. Okay, we can we can go with you." Um, which what everybody always talks about Woody Allen, that he makes movies for less than $1 million and stuff, which is fine and all, but other people did that too. They had a better business sense. They didn't go around and shout it to the rooftops that they only made they made a movie and it only cost like $10 million when it should have cost $40 million. Stuff like that. But yeah, that's a good question. I'll have to ruminate on it a bit. But basically, it's just going to boil down to who's your favorite. Um, I haven't actually gotten to the copies. That's what I'm going to do next. I liked what I kind of established for the Hitchcock stream, where I go through the filmography, and since it's so long, I kind of just spotlight the some of the more famous ones and ones I actually have copies of. But I wanted to do that with Lumet as well, since it's such a large filmography. We're gonna just be kind of like going through it on a. I'll read off some of the titles, but again, there's so many that we're just gonna kind of, for time and such, we're gonna kind of have to go over some. And of course, I unfortunately don't have copies of every single one. Just like I don't know what happened to my copy of 12 Angry Men that I have to replace now. I look down and I'm like, wait a minute, something's missing here. So of course, we've been talking about 12 Angry Men, which was his first theatrical feature in 1957. Which was a remake of the live television version, which, if I remember correctly, I think somebody else directed that. I don't think he actually directed the TV version, which actually happened a number of times. Like, I can't remember who did the original Days of Wine and Roses, but Blake Edwards made the movie version, which is really, really great. And actually, I forgot we didn't even get to talk about discs of the week, but Warner Archive announced their disc slate, and they're doing Days of Wine and Roses on Blu-ray, and it's from a new 4K negative scan, so that should be amazing. That's been one a lot of people, myself included, have been waiting for. But going through the Lumet filmography, and I just pulled up on my phone because that's the easiest way to do it midstream. So after 12 Angry Men, he worked again with Henry Fonda, who produced 12 Angry Men. They apparently got along so well. So it made Stage Struck in 1958 with Fonda again. And then it's been a while since I've seen it, but in 1959, he made That Kind of Woman, working again with some really phenomenal actors. But most people know The Fugitive Kind from 1960, which is a Criterion title. I think they did it on DVD, and I can't remember if they've done it on Blu-ray yet or not. I don't think they have, and I think that's why I was waiting on getting it. But I've watched the DVD several times. I've rented it, so. And then a lot of people also talk about Long Day's Journey into Night, which he really got an amazing performance out of Katharine Hepburn, and she was really kind of acting outside of her comfort zone, which, of course, when you act with really established screen personalities, by a certain point in time, they've really kind of gotten to a place where they're comfortable. And if you look at that film, it's very, very different to the usual Katie Hepburn performance that you're used to in anything before that. And of course, it's tackling an important dramatic work. So I know some people who are, heavy into theater really prefer the stage versions of stuff and kind of will thumb their nose a little bit at the movie version. But for something from that time period and still having to deal with the production code and such, it's really exceptional. And then there's a little bit of a gap, and then you hit 1964, where you have two really important pictures. And I think this was the point where he really established himself as a director to be reckoned with, and wasn't just doing, classic stage works or important stage works or versions of TV adaptations. But in 1964, you have The Pawnbroker, which is a stunning picture that I've been meaning to pick up. Olive did a Blu-ray, which is really good, but of course, it's Olive's a little bit more expensive than most. But I need to pick that up because the old DVD that I've rented before is like super ancient, and then there is a Laserdisc, but I think it's pan and scan. But The Pawnbroker was one of the first, if not the first, film to actually deal with a character who had gone through the concentration camps during World War II. And that's Rod Steiger's character, who plays the titular pawnbroker who works in New York, and he escaped the concentration camps and is still forever haunted by this experience. And it's a really, really dark drama. And again, it's really amazing to see somebody really deal with that topic for the first time. And again, I think it is really the first feature to have a character explicitly deal with this. I mean, basically, when you see him go through the film, he goes through post-traumatic stress disorder before that was ever a acknowledged thing. And there are flashbacks, really very, very well done, that flashback to the absolute horrors of the camps. And he still has the tattoo on his arm and just the haunted look that comes in his face. And it does all this without being ever extremely explicit. And it's also shot in really amazing black and white that has a sort of documentary feel to it. So that really adds to the you are there sensation. I don't think it's perfect, but and it's very much a two character drama, but it's really, really fantastic. And again, I think this is the point at which he really started to establish himself in feature films. And then in the same year, he comes out with Failsafe, which is based on the novel, which of course came out at the same time a lot of other novels about the same topic of nuclear arms and the potential negatives of the nuclear arms race during the Cold War. So you had a lot of stories, a lot of bestseller books being adapted, a lot of plays. It was like the hot topic of the time period. And so Failsafe comes out, and I did read the book once. The book's pretty good, but of course it came out the same year and was actually delayed to come out after Doctor Strangelove. So that really kept it from being very, award winning and very notable. It still was successful, excuse me. But it's always been under the shadow of Doctor Strangelove. And when you look at Failsafe, it's played absolutely straight. The connotations in Strangelove that are horrifying, that are played into comedy to really underline the madness of it all, are played dead serious in Failsafe. And again, it's in black and white and a very it's not it has a feeling of documentary. There's a feeling of realism and a feeling of tension building the whole picture, like 12 Angry Men, that really again makes you feel much more like a fly on the wall. And but because it came out in the shadow of Doctor Strangelove, it's always been stuck there. And it is a very good film. And the ending, which comes from the book, is just one of those great moral quandaries that sticks with you, and just the impact of what that decision means is really, really just very heavy. But I think this was the point that he really firmly established himself. And I think that both these films were both made and released in 1964. And then you come to 1965, and now I finally have copies I can show. Again, this one is probably my favorite. But again, there's several that I could say. But this is the 1965 masterpiece, The Hill, which has probably Connery's best on-screen performance ever. This is a staggering film. This is horribly underrated and unknown. It's actually a World War II picture. It's about a British prisoner camp, but it's not a prisoner of war camp. It's actually a prison for the insubordinate and criminals within the British Army and the various regiments and such. So there's a lot of English class system stuff going on in here. There's a lot of the British stiff upper lip that you are probably, maybe you might have to watch it twice before you might get all of that stuff going on if you're not used to stories about the British class system. But this is just a scathing picture. Here is the really lovely gatefold. This is the MGM slash image laserdisc because this came out in the late 90s. This was the first decent release the film ever got. Kind of blocking my view of trying to show off the other panel without. There we go. And as you can see here on the gatefold, the titular hill of the film, which is in the center of the prison yard, it's this giant sand hill that the prison's in North Africa. So they're in the middle of the blazing desert, and they're forced to march this giant hill with these heavy packs on their back all day, day in, day out, until they basically are just collapsing from exhaustion. And the prison warden and guards are, of course, extremely sadistic, but in a very different way because this is a British camp. So again, it's there's a lot of the British class and social system in here, and so there's societal criticism, but this is just a scathing picture. It's extraordinarily dark. It's of course based in and around true events. But what you really notice is the black and white stark photography. It's all shot with specific lenses. There are not a lot of long shots. It's a very sharp lensed film, so it really just like sears into you. Everything is just being hit home so hard, and this is just a fantastic masterpiece of a picture. And again, I think this may be Connery's best dramatic performance in anything. He's absolutely fantastic. This was the film that he got to make. I believe this was made just before Thunderball started shooting. He made Marnie before Goldfinger, and he got to do a loan out to do The Hill in between Goldfinger and Thunderball. And you can really see him just reaching for just a really complete 180 for what he was doing as Bond, really trying to stretch his, acting muscles, as they used to say. And it's really phenomenal. And of course, Warner finally did a DVD of it with, I think this is sort of based on one of the original posters, but pretty nice art as well. I think it's based on the same source as the Laserdisc. It does have a vintage featurette, but that's it for extras. And this is one I'm just hoping Warner Archive does on Blu-ray at some point because this really needs HD. But this is currently the best version you can get. I think they put it out in a box set of other World War II films, so you can get it that way as well. But it's also not easy to find on DVD either. It's not one they ever sold in stores, of course. But this is one of those films that when you see it, you're like, how is this not talked about more? How is this not well known? This is an absolute masterpiece. There are some who do say it's Lumet's best film. It's just a staggering piece of work. And again, as big of a Connery fan as I am, I would be hard pressed. Like for his best dramatic performance in a film in the lead role. There's The Man Who Would Be King, and there's his other films for Lumet. But this is probably it. This is a fantastic performance and a fantastic film. So this is a must watch for everybody. So there's that. See, I told you we'd get onto The Hill in a little bit. And then he made The Group in 1966. Also in 66, he made a spy thriller called The Deadly Affair, which I've seen. It was a long time ago. It's not very well regarded, but Indicator just did a Blu-ray of that in the UK that I would love to pick up. It's supposed to be a newer transfer, so that'll be good. And also in 1966, I'm sorry. In 1968, Bye Bye Braverman, which is out on the Warner Archive, which I have not gotten to see that yet. So I've got to pick that up. There are several like that are on some of the MOD labels. Jumping ahead a little bit to 1971. Now, this is the next film that he did with Connery, and it's a really, really interesting picture. It's a bit of an oddball. It's not perfect. It's not an artistic masterpiece or anything, but the stuff that's going on here and the sort of quirky, sardonic, dark humor is really interesting. And that's, of course, the Anderson tapes. This is the film that Connery got made at his United Artists deal. People will talk about the deal for Diamonds Are Forever being the record salary of over $1 million that he donated to charity. But also the other stipulation was that he got free movies to make. Whatever project he wanted to do, as long as it was under a certain dollar amount, he would go get to do it. So the Anderson tapes was the first film, and I believe The Offense was also the other film that he got to do. But of course, both were with Lumet. And this film, it's ostensibly a heist film, but it's also about, again, there's some class commentary going on. Connery's wonderful. He's again playing an unbond-like character. So this is right around the Diamonds Are Forever time when he it kind of sort of looked a little bit rough. Everybody comments on his Diamonds Are Forever look, but in this film, he doesn't wear his toupee. He looks really rough. His character's been in prison for years, and he finally comes out and he's reestablishing himself in the world. But what's really interesting is the apartment complex they're set to rob has all this very high tech surveillance equipment, and they're all being bugged and monitored and watched for the entire film. So there's this really dark, ironic undercurrent for the whole time. The fact that they're practically all doomed to failure anyway, and they have no idea. But the idea of constant surveillance really, of course, predates the world we find ourselves in now. And when you see this film, you have to wonder what they would have made of the world, say, in 2019, when there's a camera everywhere and everybody has a cell phone and you can be found and located wherever you are at any time. And there's surveillance cameras absolutely everywhere. I do have a copy. I forgot. I can't believe I forgot stuff to pull out. I do have the Laserdisc version of this. It is open matte, but because it's DADC, it's rotted to crap. It's very hard to find because they did an earlier analog only pan and scan disc, but the open matte one has digital sound and looks and sounds great, and then becomes Rot City. So this DVD is really good. Just has a trailer, but no real extras. They did finally do it on Blu-ray, which doggone it, I think I may have forgotten to pull it out. Let me see. Yeah, I think I forgot to pull it out, but you can get the Blu-ray of Anderson tapes really cheap. It's a Mill Creek Blu-ray release. It's a double feature with a Burt Reynolds film, but it's got lossless mono audio. It's the same master as the DVD, but you get it in 1080p, and you can get that Blu-ray for like $3 or less. So I just forgot to pull it out. I think it's on the other shelf. It did get a release in the UK. I believe I want to say it was Indicator as well. It uses the same master though. It doesn't have a lot of extras. So you can pick up the Mill Creek version and basically have the same master for, like $3. So that would be the best way for, excuse me, for looking at a copy of the film for very cheap. That's a very easy recommendation. And you get a free Burt Reynolds picture. So, so then moving on a bit, because that way I'm trying to get through as many of these as I can, because when you're talking about somebody with such a long career, it's difficult to talk very much about all of them. And then moving on to the next year, I'd say again, this is another one that I've seen, and there weren't really decent copies here until not too long ago. But The Offense is the other Connery film that was made under the UA Diamonds Are Forever deal. And that, again, is a truly blistering Connery performance where he plays a completely devoted cop who goes way far beyond the rules of law and the pursuit of a killer. And again, it's a really powerful film. It's acting you would not expect from Connery, especially at this point in time, because this was 1972, before he really reached his older years where he ventured more into character acting. But again, there were not really any decent copies here, a lot of pan and scan stuff. And then finally, it's been put out on Blu-ray, but the UK version is better. I think that's a Eureka Masters of Cinema disc, and that's one I've been meaning to import forever, so I need to finally do that. But there are at least decent Blu-rays now. I want to say Kino was the one who did the US one, but it's the UK one's better. It's got better encoding, better extras and stuff. And so in 1973, I'd argue he makes what is probably his first, iconic movie. People will still talk about 12 Angry Men, but most people make certain films that are very iconic and they become kind of known for. And I think this is probably the first film he made that was not only a good film and successful, but became iconic and really fit in with the counterculture of the time. And that, of course, is Serpico, which was the first time he worked with Al Pacino. This is the standard Paramount DVD. And this is a really interesting film, of course, based on the real life character of Serpico, basically fighting against the corruption of the police from the inside and basically acting as a lone wolf character. And again, totally a 70s film and also totally a Lumet film still. It's a very dark, very gritty picture based on real events. There is no happy ending. There is no comeuppance for the evil characters, and that's the real power of the picture. And again, this was the first picture he made that I think became successful, not just in box office terms. So this is still a good serviceable DVD. There's some nice extras with Lumet talking. I think there's some interviews. Um, he did do a number of commentaries during the DVD era, so that is really great that we have that resource to fall back on. It's really cool when great talents and artists that are no longer with us were able to do commentaries before they passed away. So there are a number of Lumet commentaries. But he also did a number of mini documentaries, and there's a pretty good one on Serpico here. There is a Blu-ray now, but again, the UK one, again, from the Masters of Cinema series is a little bit better, and I really need to import that so I can upgrade my DVD copy, but that would be the Blu-ray I would recommend you guys go for if you don't already have it on Blu-ray. The US Paramount one is pretty good. It's dirt cheap. It's less than $10, but I've been holding out to import the UK one because it's got a couple more extras and a bit better encoding and such. But I'd argue Serpico is probably his first iconic successful film. And it's still a very good film, even though it is very, very 70s. It's got a lot of stuff thematically that still, has not dated. It's the problems that are still with us to this day. And some are even, one could argue, magnified. So we go from the hard hitting to a picture that I would say is not just underrated, it's underrated in probably about 10 or 15 or 20 different ways because this picture is fantastic. I would argue this picture is also iconic. It was extremely successful, and I think that's really kept people from properly appreciating it as a great film. I'm, of course, talking about the 1974 masterpiece, Murder in the Orient Express. This is without a doubt the best Christie adaptation ever done. They've done this particular story several times since, and the last version done by Kenneth Branagh really just was terrible and did not understand the spirit and tone of the story. Because what Lumet does with this picture is not just a good adaptation of a classic mystery story. He actually found a way to convey this sense of romance that we all associate with the particular time period that most murder mysteries are set in, and the romantic aspects of actually enjoying a good murder mystery, of reading Agatha Christie, of reading the various whodunits. It's not just getting to the whodunit part, because that's not what the film is about. That's not what any of these stories are about. It's always the thrill is in the chase, the hunt. It's not getting from point A to B. It's how you get there. And that's what this picture understands that nobody else ever quite got. And that's the spirit that makes it just magical. And it forms in some sort of a way a time capsule, because the photography and the score and the setting and the set design and even right down to the costumes are all perfectly acting as one to invoke this time period. So once you start this picture, you fall completely under its spell, and it works perfectly. Even though this is a much older DVD, and I do hope it comes to Blu-ray at some point here in the States. There are rumors Criterion may do this. That's kind of been floating around for a couple years. It's still a serviceable DVD. There is a newer Studio Canal Blu-ray, which is a lot better. They had an older one based on this master, and they've done a new master that looks a lot better. But I wanted to see if anybody would do it here before I imported it. But this DVD has a number of great extras. It's got one of those multi-part documentary. So it's about an hour long with some great Lumet insights. And of course, it has the original mono mix that's missing on some editions. But again, I don't think there's any other film that really conveys the sense of romance that we all seem to associate with the classical murder mystery or the whodunit, as most people would label them. And I think that's where all other adaptations of this particular story have failed. The David Suchet version, which usually turns up on PBS and stuff, is good, and they try to basically do the whole novel, but it's very direct and it doesn't have the charm and the magic of this version, which admittedly does get a little bit away from the more direct quality of the book. But that's what makes this film so special. It's not the fact that the cast is star-studded; it's that every single person, while you have that instant, flash of recognition when you see their face, like you would in a classic Hollywood film, they inhabit each of these characters. So I think this film proves more than any other the adage that I think it was usually attributed to Frank Capra, that he used to say, there are no small parts, just small actors. And this film proves that more than anything else, because the performances here are fantastic. Ingrid Bergman won the Oscar for her performance, and she actually chose to play the supposedly lesser part that she was offered one of the bigger roles, but she's like, no, I wanted to do this one. And, Lumet would even say later on in later years that he was surprised. And then when she won the Oscar, he's like, oh, well, yeah, I guess she knew better than we did. um, but yeah, I think this film is underrated for a lot of reasons, but primarily because it's a Christie adaptation and it's a murder mystery, and it's not supposed to be artistic, but it is. And all of that's intrinsic to what makes this picture work. And EMI, who produced this film, because it was so successful, they then made several other Christie adaptations. Unfortunately, Lumet never got to do another one, I think because of scheduling. And if you look at those, they're interesting. They're directed by great talent, with really great casts, but they never achieve the same level of romance and magic and sparkle that Lumet got in here. I think this is one of his best films. I think this is one of the best films of the 70s. I think this film is a masterpiece. I do like the other EMI Christie adaptations. I think probably the best one is the second one they did, which was, of course, Death on the Nile, directed by John Gillerman, which follows in a similar vein, but is a lot more direct. It's also a very good film, but none of those, as good as they are, really get to the levels of just pure enjoyment and fun that are this picture. Again, this is a completely unheralded film that I think deserves a much better reputation, and I hope Criterion or somebody does it on Blu-ray here in the States. But I should probably just go ahead and import that Studio Canal disc. And then a complete 180, we get to one of Lumet's most iconic films in the very next year, 1975. We're, of course, talking about Dog Day Afternoon. Again, working with Pacino, one of Pacino's most heralded performances. Again, a story based on true events. And here, Lumet goes for a full-on docudrama style that really was not popular at the time. Like, he had to really defend the method of making this film, and it works beautifully. And again, it goes back to the idea I was talking about in 12 Angry Men, where you get in this confined location and you let things play out and you let the tensions naturally ramp up, and how this affects these characters who decide the only thing that they can do in their lives to make things any better is to try and rob a bank. They are, shall we say, not the most professional at this. This is their first time, and things don't necessarily go so well, and the fallout ensues. But it's not just about this bank robbery. The most famous scene in the film is during the police standoff outside, and the crowds have gathered, and the media circus that's going on. When Pacino's character evokes the name of Attica in reference to the Attica riots due to the mistreatment and brutality directed against the prisoners of Attica, who then rioted. And this was something that was going on in the news at the time. So invoking that was a direct cultural connection that really struck home with the audiences of 1975. So again, it's playing into the ongoing counterculture and recognizing the social structure of the mid 70s and making you question stuff about your own outlook, your own life, and what would you do about any of this stuff, say if you were in the same situation. And again, I think all this stuff goes back to the days of live television because that's all everybody was trying to do. I've always loved this original artwork, the sort of pencil sketch looking version of Pacino's face. It gives a really desperate look, and then it also is semi reminiscent of an actual police sketch drawing. This is the Warner's reissue DVD, which adds some nice extras and a making of and everything, which has some really great materials in here. The Laserdisc, I think the first one was Pan and Scan, or I should say Open Mat. And then I think I want to say they eventually did a letterbox one, but I can't remember if that actually came out on laser or not. And since then, they ported this to Blu-ray, and they did do an updated one with a slightly better video codec and lossless audio. And I need to go ahead and pick that up. I've been forgetting about it. And it also includes a really good documentary that was made about John Ghazali, who was a very underrated actor who died at a young age. And so that's the other attraction of getting the I think it's the 40th anniversary reissue. So slightly improved video. Unfortunately, this has never gotten a full-on 4K remaster, and it definitely needs it. So Warner Brothers, if you're listening, because I'm sure you're not, this would be a prime candidate for 4K. This is a film that has not lost one iota of its original power, even though it's set in the 70s. It still plays perfectly today. Again, this is used sometimes in classroom settings, just like 12 Angry Men is. So again, it's a film that has not lost any strength whatsoever. Let me make sure I'm not skipping anything. um, so then going on to 1976, and we basically ramp up everything I just said because we get to what is probably his most famous film, written by Paddy Chayefsky as a sort of scathing attack on the madness and powers that be in charge of television. Chayefsky was one of the great writers of the live television era and got so frustrated that he actually left television and went back to the New York stage and wrote plays and had nothing else to do with television. So in 1976, Lumet made his screenplay into the masterpiece Network, which again, everything I said about Dog Day Afternoon, you can ramp up to a much higher level for Network. This film is still discussed. It's still relevant. It predated all of the mass media power structures and everything that we live with now, and had JFK or Lumet seen where we are in 2019, they would have been like, man, we didn't go far enough. So yeah, Network is still a powerhouse of a picture. All this time later, of course, most famous is the absolutely incredible Peter Finch performance as the bitter, mad, and doomed Howard Beale, and his famous speech that leads into the "I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore" monologue. But what's interesting about Network is, people talk about Lumet, they forget that it was Paddy Chayefsky's screenplay, and it was scathing, but also satirical. There's absolutely hysterical moments that make you laugh and hurt at the same time in the way that Dr. Strangelove does. So I think it harkens back to Dr. Strangelove in that sense. There's such bitter anger directed back at what I think Chayefsky experienced in the world of television in the 50s, and where he was seeing it go in the 70s. And I think the genius of this picture and what makes it work is that Lumet picked up on all of this, but didn't heighten it, didn't sit there and jack it up to a comic level. If you look at this film very closely, it's done in a very realistic way. So it's like Dog Day Afternoon, because it lets everything play out, and that's what really gives everything its strength, I think. And I think Lumet was absolutely spot on in recognizing that, because if you tried to jazz any of this up, if you tried to enhance or heighten it, it would just raise the levels of bombast and social criticism and criticism against the mass media industry of television, that it would dilute the power of what was trying to be said. And again, that lets the performances really shine. Um, of course, Peter Finch posthumously won the Oscar, very deservedly so. But I actually think the strongest performance in the film is actually Bill Holden's performance, because I think the whole picture revolves around his character of being the old TV newsman and saying how he's completely adrift in this modern world of 70s network television, and how his life is torn apart by saying his old friend basically go mad and then his madness be exploited by the network, and then the Faye Dunaway character basically being the sort of cold soul of television personified, and how he becomes uh, attracted to that for a time, and it causes an affair and turmoil in his marriage and turmoil. He deals with just soul crushing indecisiveness, and I think that forms the real human crew of the picture. And because the Howard Beale character is so out there and Peter Finch is so vivid in your mind, I think that kind of obscures what's the real like grounding of the whole movie and the whole story. So I think the Bill Holden performance is just as astonishing as the Peter Finch performance. I think all the performances in this film are fantastic. It's just one of those pictures that every time you see it again, you just can't even believe this is all in the same movie. And again, this is the type of picture. If you want to say they don't make them like they used to, this is one of them. This is one of those films I can't even believe ever got made, because it's just absolutely scathing. And I think it's because it's a blend. The comedy elements are blended in there to make it much less obvious and off-putting. So, and I think it works in that sense very much like Sunset Boulevard does, by working in the complete dark, bitter, black, ironic humor. It makes the story a bit more palatable, and you're able to go along with it and just be like, how could this ever happen in the real world? And then go, oh, wait a minute, oh. So anyway, I will show you. I do have. There were several Laserdiscs of Network. The first one was a pan and scan analog only early MGM disc, which I used to have, and it was super rotted. Then they upgraded it and added a digital mono track. Here is the main Laserdisc version. I think actually a really interesting cover of Howard Beale reflected in front of his own image in front of a old school television broadcast monitor, complete with the blue image and the scan lines. So I really like this image on the jacket, and you do get a pretty nice gatefold. The great shot of Finch is Beale there, looking pensive while on his own televised show of just complete ramblings. Uh, it's a lot harder to show gatefolds with this mic arm in front of me, so I'm doing my best. And then here's the rear jacket. Again, this is still open matted. This film was 185, so it was always shown 133 for the longest time. It's a pretty strong transfer. It's still a good way to watch the film. And again, it has a PCM mono track. And then they did a late update that was letterboxed. I think it was like 97, 98. So it's a super late release. And that got ported to the first DVD version, which was actually the first way I remember seeing the film. I remember renting that particular DVD. And I just was absolutely floored and just bowled over. But when the picture finished, I was just like, it's one of those experiences. You finish the movie and you're just sitting there and your face is blank and you're just like, your mouth hangs open and you're just like, whoa. And then they finally upgraded to this Warner Brothers Special Edition around the time of Dog Day Afternoon. Actually, I think they released them together along with All the President's Men at the same time. And you get some really nice documentary pieces. And Lumet did a commentary for this release, which is a really great listen. And then they did a upgrade to Blu-ray, which you can pick up for super cheap. This uses the same art as the DVD, has the same extras, and is a bit better. But it is a older Warner Brothers disc, so the encode could be better, and it really could use a new 4K master. Arrow did it in the UK, and the colors are a little bit different. It looks pretty nice. It's got a much bigger bit rate, and doesn't have the extras of the Warner release. But of course, it's a bit more expensive, so that's why I've never imported it. But I've been hoping Warner Brothers does a 4K version. But you can pick up the Blu-ray. It has, I believe, it has lossless mono and all the extras of the DVD. And this is less than $10 most everywhere. So this is a excellent Blu-ray to pick up for the price point. But hopefully it does get done up very nicely in 4K at some point, because this is a film that you could watch at any time, and it just gets... It doesn't lose any power, and it gets almost more harrowing as we go on, and as mass media changes and grows ever more powerful. Gotta have a water break. Oh, Metroplex dropped in. Hey, man. Sorry I didn't notice you earlier. I've been too busy in my go through. So then after Network, Lumet did the film version of the stage play Equus, which is a really, really interesting film if you've never seen it. Interesting story concept too. I think Twilight Time did it on Blu-ray, and I think I want to say it's already gone out of print, and I can't remember if somebody's done it in the UK, but there are Blu-ray versions now. And then after that, he goes and makes The Wiz in 1978, which is a very, very bizarre change of pace. I only really saw it once because I'm not the biggest Wizard of Oz fan, but I was primarily seeing it because Sidney Lumet made it, and I was just like, why? So it's definitely not a picture for everybody, but it is interesting to see such a completely different take on such familiar story material being done for a completely different audience, and being done in the 70s, whereas today that sort of idea is a lot more commonplace. But it's interesting to see somebody reach that far out, and the only thing I could really compare it to was when I realized that John Huston made Annie. So, because I had one of my younger sisters was completely obsessed with Annie growing up, and somebody had taped Annie off of cable or somewhere, and then she got an official tape of it. And I think I saw Annie more times than anybody ever should. And then one day when I suddenly realized, because my sister would usually fast forward the credits as most kids do, and I suddenly saw that it was directed by John Huston. I about lost my mind, and I was like, what? And then after that, I started looking at it closely, and I could start to see, the photography was designed a certain way to invoke the period. The costumes were done a certain way. You have Albert Finney in there and other great actors. And I could start to see, oh, okay, I can kind of see that now. But again, I think it's one of those like complete 180s of somebody just like completely going out there and doing something different. And skip ahead a little bit. Again, this is a picture that I think is horribly, horribly, horribly underrated and predates so much stuff that when I finally got to see this picture, I felt like I'd already seen it because it's been ripped off so many times. This is from 1981, and probably I'd actually go ahead and make the argument. I think this picture is probably second only to The French Connection as the best film ever made about a more realistic portrait of law enforcement and the police system. And that, of course, is Prince of the City. Again, this picture from 1981 dealing with the real life situational story of a cop on a certain task force who then can no longer live with the level of corruption within not just the police force, but his own squad and his own partners, and thus deals with the personal inner turmoils of somebody having to become an informant. And again, also informing not just on his fellow officers, but his family, his friends, and everything, and what that does to himself, his outlook on life, and to all of those around him. And it is a very large scale story. This film has a insanely large number of speaking parts. I think it numbers over. Yeah, it actually credited on the back of the jacket. But this film was, shot in New York on a lot of the real locations. There's over 130 locations and over 125 speaking roles in this film. It's a bit over 2.5 hours, and you start watching it, it flies by. But that extra length and that extra level of detail in terms of extra characters and real life locations and stuff. You see this picture, and it's basically seeing what eventually happened on shows like Law and Order and Homicide and stuff. NYPD Blue, all that stuff where cop dramas became much more realistic and gritty and down to earth and about the real life struggles of policemen on all kinds of different sides of the street. I think it really all goes back to this picture. And again, when you see this picture, you feel like you've seen it before, because this has been ripped off so many times, and it is absolutely fantastic. It didn't even have a good video release until Warner Brothers did this 2-disc edition. And I think the real reason why it had to be 2 discs is because the film is quite long, and I want to say they used. I can't remember if they split it over 2 discs, but it is a 2-disc affair with a nice featurette and the original trailer and stuff. And then this is a slice of the original artwork. So again, I can't recommend this picture highly enough. I think it's one of the most underrated pictures of the 1980s. It's one of Lumet's most underrated films. It is a truly great film about difficult subject matter, and it examines it in a very, very realistic way. I really hope Warner Archive does this on Blu-ray at some point, because it really could benefit from HD. But this is a really good, solid DVD. And again, this is the only good version of the film there is on video. It did get Laserdisc, but it was pan and scan, analog only. It's not a pretty picture. Yeah, this is a truly great film that's not talked about enough. And then move it up a little bit. So also moving on to the next year, 1982, there's 2 really interesting pictures to talk about. Now, talking about being stuck in bad video transfers for a long time, this film was stuck as a pan and scan disc. I think it was on Laserdisc that way. It was on VHS, and then the DVD was a snapper case, early disc, pan and scan, no extras. And there aren't any extras on this, but it was a godsend to get this in widescreen in good quality. That is, of course, the fantastic picture Death Trap with Michael Caine and Chris Reeve. This is definitely, I would argue, the best of the non-Superman Chris Reeve dramatic performances. If you've ever kind of gone out of your way to see some of his other films of this time period where he's trying to break out of the whole Superman image. And his role in this film is probably about as far as you can get from that. It is a fantastic, little 3-character centralized drama. There are, I guess, its closest similarity, not just because Michael Caine's in both of them. It's probably, I guess, most similar to the film Sleuth, with it being a battle of wills between the Olivier and Caine characters in that, and this being sort of a battle of wills between Caine's character and Reeves' character, and Diane Cannon thrown in there as well. But this is a really nice Warner Archive release. Again, the first good widescreen transfer of the film. It's a really nice new HD master, lossless audio. But again, this is a really great character piece. It's a really great drama, because this is a picture made for thinking adults. This is not some picture made to wow teenagers. This is not a drama that it doesn't have any teeth. This picture is pretty dark, and it is intelligent, and that's what I love about it. So I was really happy that we finally got a decent widescreen, let alone a Blu-ray version of it. And this was an early Warner Archive title, so on Blu-ray, so you can usually get it for very cheap, around $10 or so. But really, really underrated picture. And then in the same year, again, talking about just ridiculously amazing quality output all around the same time period. I could also say this is a candidate for. I know I said The Hill is probably what I think is Lumet's best film, but you could say Dog Day Afternoon, you could say Network, you could say 12 Angry Men, but I also think you could say this one. I absolutely adore this film. I think this film is one of the best films ever made. This is probably, I'd actually say this is probably the best courtroom drama ever made. This is, of course, The Verdict, which has, I think, Paul Newman's best performance. I think this is the film he should have won the Oscar for, but of course, in the year of Gandhi, he did not. And Ben Kingsley won for his amazing performance as Gandhi. And then when Paul Newman won for The Color of Money in 1986, it was one of those cases where everybody said, "Oh, well, yeah, it was a great performance, but I think he really won it because he won it for the verdict." And it was a case where a great actor won it for a great performance they had given in the past. But this is just a fantastic character study. Again, I think this is the best courtroom drama ever made. The emotional human story that goes on in the middle of this is just a really interesting backbone. And again, the moral quandaries and questions that get pulled up as you watch this picture again makes you question your own outlook on the notion of true justice, the inherent flaws in our judicial system, what you would do in the same predicament. And the character arc of Newman's character is just fantastic. And I think it helps that it's a David Mamet screenplay. This was much more at the beginning of his career, and I think Mamet's work as a screenwriter is very underrated. He's written several of my favorite films, and this being one of them. And of course, he rewrote Ronin and contributed some absolutely phenomenal dialogue there as well. But again, I think everything combined to make this absolutely incredible picture. And if you've never seen it, go check it out. It's an absolute must. Again, I don't really think I'm stretching it by saying I think this is the best courtroom drama ever made. Again, I don't usually like to talk about things in absolutes, but this is the one time you have a courtroom movie that it's about inside and outside the courtroom and about all the various characters involved, and you get a much more well-rounded view of everybody involved in this particular case. And it's a very moral-based case as well, and there's great deals of money involved, and which can or cannot influence people to do or do certain things, or look the other way and such. And I remember the first time I saw this film. I remember the opening is so striking that it was just like it had me right from the beginning. It starts in this tiny bar in this very snowy village, and you can see all the frosted windows. And Newman's character is, of course, an alcoholic and is passed out in this bar, and his way to wake up is to he just kind of staggers awake, and then cracks some raw eggs in a beer and wanders over to this little old pinball machine that's in this frosted window, and you can just feel how cold it is. And he just starts absentmindedly playing pinball in this empty bar and just drinking this beer with these raw eggs in it. And I was just like, that it feels so like it's a slice of life that you just couldn't make it up. And from that point, I was like, okay, I'm interested in whatever happens from this point forward. That it just totally had me. So talk about the Blu-ray really quick. This is a Fox disc. You can get it for pretty cheap. It's based on the collector's edition DVD, so it's got the nice extras from that, with a pretty nice 1080p transfer. And it does have a commentary. It's with Lumet and Paul Newman as well, which I've listened to before, but I'm actually wanting to go and re-listen to it again. So again, you can pick this up for $10 or less. So this is definitely the preferred way to watch. There was an earlier DVD that was based on the Laserdisc, which has the amazing original poster art here. And again, it's a very simple image, but it's very singular, and it conveys, I think, the potency and power of the decisions that Newman's character is having to wrestle with for this picture. Now, the Laserdisc is a bit tough to talk about because there was a first pressing with a defect. I think it was missing a couple minutes at one of the side changes. And so you have to track down this particular issue with a different catalog number, but it's got the same art and stuff. So, unfortunately, the jacket on this has some significant damage on the back. But I was just very happy to find the corrected version just so I could check out the Laserdisc transfer. This updates an older pan and scan disc, but it's actually a really nice transfer. Has the original mono soundtrack, and I don't think this has any extras. Let me see. Yeah, there's no extras outside of the trailer, but it was a nice laser upgrade. So if you would like to see this film on Laserdisc, you'll have to check out this version. But look it up on the Laserdisc database because you want to find this particular reissue with a different catalog number. But it's got the really amazing art. And one day I'd like to get a better jacket, but at least the front's okay. But yeah, I think the verdict is a masterpiece, and I think it's not talked about enough. And then after this point, I think he made a run of very interesting pictures from the mid 80s through the early 90s, but none of them were like giant successes. None of them were big at the box office. They usually tended to show up pretty quickly and then maybe get some good to middling reviews and then just kind of disappear. But when you go back and look at some of these, they're really fantastic. But unfortunately, a lot of them don't have very good transfers on home video. So, and unfortunately, there's a number that I don't have, and I'm just hoping that they get better editions. So I've kind of held off on getting some of them. So 1983, there's the picture Daniel, which is a really interesting picture if you've never seen it. And then skipping ahead a little bit, I do have the DVD of the film Power from 1986. But again, this is a snapper case early DVD. It's a I believe this is open matted, but it's 133. Sorry, the glare is making the white jump out. Let me see if I can shade it some. But I think this replicates. I think this is what the original poster was like. But, you do get a little scene index, but again, nothing fancy and not widescreen and not the best transfer. So this would be one that it'd be nice if Warner Archive got around to doing all of the Warner-owned Lumet titles, because again, a fantastic cast, as you can see, evidenced by the old school headshots lined up there. But again, these pictures, they didn't really, they didn't set the world on fire. But when you actively seek them out, they're made for adults by adults with good ideas. They may not be perfect, but they at least have a lot of richness to them, and there is stuff there to enjoy. And then make sure I don't skip anything. And then there are two pretty interesting pictures after that. 1986, he also made The Morning After, which is an interesting picture. 1988, he made Running on Empty, which is a really, really good. Technically, you could call it a family drama, but it's not your typical family drama, and it's got a fantastic River Phoenix performance. It was also stuck in 133 DVD land for a while. And then they finally put it out on Blu-ray through the Warner Archive, and I just haven't gotten to pick that up yet. But that was one where I've seen it before, and I just always held off on getting the DVD because I'm like, I hope they do it at some point. But I've got to get it in the next Warner Archive sale when they do their big, 4 for 44 or so titles or $11 and stuff. I usually wait for those, or when I can get this on sale, so then I can load up and actually afford titles. And then the next year, he made a picture that didn't get very good reviews, but I finally saw it and I thought it had some interesting stuff in it. It's not perfect, but the lead cast is interesting enough. And again, it's dealing with family relations, but not your typical family movie. And that's, of course, 1989's Family Business with Dustin Hoffman, Connery, and Matthew Broderick. And it's a movie about 3 generations of family that don't really see eye to eye and don't get along at all, who just all happen to be criminals. So there's that little bit of twist that takes it into, okay, I see where the entertainment is. So again, it's not a great picture, but there's interesting, fun stuff in it, and the fact that it's a movie about generations of a family who can't get along, who happen to be be thieves and criminals, is just, I don't know. It tickles my funny bone in the right way, I guess. If you ever catch this on cable or you just happen to see part of it, give it a shot and see what you think. I was determined to see every picture that Connery made with Lumet, and the Connery performance is great. The interplay between the actors is great. So it's really more of, if you could call a movie a lark, this would kind of be it. It's not great. It's not perfect, but it's got some interesting stuff in there, and it has a bit of fun with it. But it's just a standard Sony DVD, and I don't think anybody has. I don't think this has come out on Blu-ray. At least I'm not aware of it off the top of my head. But before this, it was just nothing but pan and scan, VHS, and such. And then after this point, again, there's a whole run of pictures basically running through the 90s where there were great casts and there were good ideas. But again, it's just like they came and went in the night. Pictures that got good to decent reviews or middling reviews, but they just were not marketed very much, not distributed very much, but are pretty common on video. And I've seen most of these, but not all of them. So I need to catch up on that. But I do have a couple on. Well, I have two on Laserdisc, but first of all, the from 1990, the picture Q&A is actually a really good picture that I haven't seen in a while. I think there's a Laserdisc of it, but I think it's just, again, 133. A lot of his later widescreen films were just always on video at 133. And some of these have started to get to Blu-ray and like very cheapy versions, but not really anything to write home about. Then moving on to 1992, you get the picture A Stranger Among Us, which again is a pretty good picture, but again, not something most people were going to remember all that much. But if you go back and revisit it, it's actually pretty good. And it's got more stuff to it than your run of the mill average drama or thriller. It's a pretty decent Laserdisc. It's a common title, doesn't cost more than 99 cents, but this is actually I think this is, was it? Yeah, it's Hollywood Pictures, so it's actually a Disney disc, hence the familiar looking jacket. And it's actually letterboxed, so it's not open matted. So this is one of the few that's actually letterboxed. And it's got a digital Dolby Surround encoded track. No extras or anything. None of these really got extras, but it is out on Blu-ray on one of those Mill Creek double feature sets when they were still licensing titles and using lossless audio. So you can get that for super cheap. And I think it's bundled with, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that one is bundled with the Michael Keaton thriller One Good Cop, which is okay and great for Keaton fans. So again, you want to pick this up on Blu-ray for like a couple bucks and you get a free Michael Keaton thriller. And then I think this picture comes next, but I want to make sure. Yeah. So then in 1993, again, this picture kind of came and went, but got great reviews and is actually a very good picture if you go and see it. But from 1993, you have A Guilty as Sin. Again, this is a Hollywood Pictures release, so it's technically under the Disney line and was distributed by Disney. But again, it just kind of came and went. But as you can see, it got 2 thumbs up and a lot of really good critical reviews. And there's some more critical blurbs on the back as well. So again, even the critics could kind of pick up on, even if some of these stories were a bit more average or a bit more straightforward, there's more dramatic meat there to actually enjoy. It's not just the usual skin and bones that we had to put up with in the early 90s, late 80s. Again, standard Laserdisc, you can get it very, very cheaply. It's got a Dolby Surround PCM track and no extras, but a pretty solid transfer like other adult drama Disney discs of the time period. And of course, you can get it for nothing on DVD. And I don't think this has hit Blu-ray yet, but again, I could be wrong. Some of these have been sneaking out over the past couple of years, but pretty nice artwork too. I love the image of the guy falling off the skyscraper that just looks really interesting on a Laserdisc jacket. And then pretty much after this point, you could tell he started to kind of slow down by the late 90s in terms of output. And he started dabbling in television again, doing some things here and there because the television landscape was kind of changing and heating up and stuff. And a lot of these are pretty much stuck in DVD land. And I need to pick up copies of some of these just because I've seen most of his films, but not all of them. Some of them kind of fall through the cracks. And again, it was more of a distribution thing. They just kind of came and went and disappeared. But then after the millennium changeover in the early 2000s, he was working some in TV and stuff, as I said before. And then he had a final run of 3 films in the early to mid 2000s that he was also using some more I hate to say just plain younger, but the acting talent of the newer generations, and that led to some interesting films. 2006, he made "Find Me Guilty" with Vin Diesel, which I think I used to have on DVD. It's been a long time since I've seen it, and I think it just came out on Blu-ray not too long ago. But again, it's a sort of courtroom drama, but it's got a quirky sensibility to it, and it's kind of interesting because it's not your usual run-of-the-mill thing. But the big one, and this actually very sadly was his final feature. This film I heard about, I wanted to see, and I didn't get to see it in theater, much to my regret. But I saw it like as soon as it came to disc, I rented it, and it just absolutely blew me away. And whenever I have to make a list for people, or people ask me the dreaded question, "What are your favorite new movies?" and I'm hard pressed to find any answer, or they like. I tried to make like a top 10 of the 2000s ones, and I couldn't even make it to 10, but this one was on there. I think this is one of the few, very, very few great films of the new millennium. And he shot this digitally. He was in his mid 80s making this picture, which is absolutely gripping, harrowing, brutally dark, as vivid and dark as anything else made in the 2000s or 2010s, but never in your face, but filled with moments that you just don't forget because they're so powerfully staged. Absolute proof that you can be in your advanced years and still make a great film. And he used the emerging digital technology. He was shooting this picture. I think they used the Panavision Genesis cameras, which was a very early form of one of the first digital cameras, and they were limited to a certain resolution, and you could never get the same stability of motion picture film, and they had a certain look to them you had to overcome. They looked very digital, very sterile and things. And like with anything, it took everybody a couple years to really figure out how to work with stuff. So, the first couple years, if you go back and you look at movies when they started shooting on digital cameras, like, everybody will always point to Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith because they were like some of the very first ones and using a very early camera. Well, this one was 2007 and used a similar camera, but it was, a bit more advanced. But, it's never going to look fantastic, but artistically and stylistically, they used that to heighten the drama of the story. So the look of this film being that very early digital, weird looking, contrasty with weird color look that just feels very unnatural and almost alien, is perfectly realized into the story of this film. And I'm, of course, talking about Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, which is a great film. This was... I hate to use the phrase return to form because there are good pictures from the mid 80s and, up through the pictures he made before this, in the 90s and early 2000s. But you go and see this and it's just like, yeah, that's it. Like some of the other pictures were good, but they didn't just grab you by the scruff of the neck, and you see this. And it's also told in a out of sequence. The narrative is told out of sequence in time, and it jumps back and forth in time. So the fact that they were able to juggle all this, and he's making this picture at this stage of his career, at this age, and it's so fresh and so vibrant and so modern and so out there, and it still works perfectly, and it's still incredibly dramatic and has incredible performances. um Again, I think this is one of the few, agonizingly few, truly great films of post 2000. Like I don't even I do not split hairs. This film is great. If you've never seen it, it's an absolute must. The Blu-ray is getting harder to find. It's actually an image disc, and has a really nice bit of extras with a lossless audio track and a really good video transfer for the time. Let me see if I can get this to adjust some. But so yeah, you do have to track down this disc. Sometimes it can be a bit pricey because I guess they stopped printing them. But if you're patient enough, you can still find it for cheap. And of course, there's a British Blu-ray as well, which I think is region free, but I don't think it has all the extras, and the encode isn't as good. But this is still a great Blu-ray for technical reasons. And again, they were able to use the inherent flaws of early digital photography to really heighten just the darkness and depravity and sorrow and the absolute hell these characters' lives were going into. And this is not a happy picture. Like from the get-go, this thing is right there. From the opening titles, this is just pure dark drama where everything is driven by greed and desire and sadness, and it is just fantastic. This is one of those pictures that you see, and it makes you hopeful again. It makes you hopeful that people can actually tell great stories. And sadly, this was his last picture. But it was good. I think that he had a very high note to go out on, and for it to be such a gripping and connected to the times picture that was still bold and daring and still beautifully directed and had such moving, great performances, is just incredible. So again, I this does have a nice little bit of art inside. Nothing super fancy, but it's always cool when they do that on Blu-ray. But again, even though this is a modern film, I think it can stand alongside the other Lumet classics very easily. Again, this film is wholly underrated. This film should have won the Best Picture Oscar that year. It's that good. It should have swept the Oscars that year. It's incredible. And I just recently rewatched it again, and it just struck me again how powerful this was. And it was not an expensive studio film. It was a low budget picture. It was made with the idea and notions of what technically an indie or independent film would be. And Lumet adapted really, really well to digital cinema, and basically, was like, this opens up so many possibilities that we just didn't have in the analog world. So I'm going to use it, and I'm going to learn it as best that I can. And I think that sort of, that sort of work ethic is intrinsic to his whole career, and the fact that he was so open and willing to do that, and then find out the limitations, and then find out how to incorporate all of them. I actually would argue this is the only film that's a digital picture that I actually think is great. Not saying that digital technology is bad and digital cinema and digital photography is bad, but I think that it forms a line in the sand more on the time side, because at this point in time, it became so much harder to get a major film made and not have to make so many concessions and actually get it distributed and stuff. Because nowadays, something like this would literally just be dumped in our house for one day or go straight to Redbox along with everything else that shows up there, or straight to Netflix or straight to online streaming platforms. And it just, there's no platform for actual adult dramas anymore. And digital cinema kind of coincided at the same time period. So it's not me saying that digital cinema is bad. It's me saying it just came along at the same time period, and it also made people less creative because they didn't have to think about things as much, So it made everything easier, and it coincided at the time period. There's no longer the regular theatrical release platform for intelligent, thought-provoking adult dramas that were, mid-budgets. What everybody talks about, the death of the $5 million to $25 million movie. They don't exist. A movie is either micro-budget indie or it's a $250 million summer tentpole. And they've wiped out everything in between, which I that's perfectly true. It's either a micro production or it's a super production, and there's nothing in between. And digital cinema kind of happened to coincide at that time period. So anyway, that does it for my admittedly, a brief kind of career overview, and just going through the various video copies I have. I think I've managed to go through everything now. Unfortunately, again, with somebody who has such a long and varied career history working at different studios, different time periods, it makes it very difficult to collect their filmography and have every video edition. And again, there's a number of his that don't have good video releases, so I've kind of been holding out for some. And then some I need to import, and some I just haven't got yet because I can't afford every disc that I would like. But that's that. And honestly, his filmography, it's totally unexploited, is very little explored. And again, it astounds me how Lumet is not talked about and in the way that others are, because I don't think there is anybody else in the more modern element of motion picture making that had such a level of quality and craftsmanship and reliability and maintain a consistent output for so many years. Because even if you look at everybody else who's still a relative name in the industry, you look at Spielberg, you look at Scorsese, they don't make a picture every year to 2 years. They don't make a lot of small things. They do a lot of producing still, and they have their fingers in like 20 other pies, but they usually tend to come out with a relatively big thing and then do 1 or 2 pictures, and then a couple years go by and then they come out with something else. But even they don't have the industry clout and stuff that they used to. The fact that Spielberg has to go around trying to get things made, even in 2019, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a big box office success. Well, that definitely says something. If Spielberg has to go around begging studios to make a movie, that there's something there. Something's not quite right. It's not like he's an unproven commodity, but they're too busy focusing on the billion-dollar tent poles and getting to the lowest common denominator audience and making as much money as they can on one picture. But that's unfortunately where we're at now. But it just astounds me still that Lumet is not discussed in film schools. Lumet is not discussed in a lot of books. And again, none of the live television guys are. I've been like I said at the start, I've been a Lumet fan most of my life, just as I have with Frankenheimer. And at least Lumet is somewhat recognized, but Frankenheimer is even less recognized. And he had several dark periods and several periods where he had to do movies for the money, and he just didn't direct anything and would have to make a career comeback several times, and then worked in the second wave of great television in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, and he doesn't get discussed. And Franklin Schaffner doesn't get discussed, or George Ware Hill, or Arthur Penn, especially because Arthur Penn made fantastic films, but after a certain point just wasn't directing features and would occasionally do a movie here and there, but just he wasn't directing, and then outside of Bonnie and Clyde, his name just doesn't get mentioned. Or Frankenheimer would be the same way. They might talk about the Manchurian Candidate, and that's stretching it. Outside of that, they don't mention him. And Lumet is actually the same way, but at least he has several films that are well known enough and iconic in certain genre types. So he'll be brought up when 12 Angry Men is discussed, usually in a classroom scenario about courtrooms or something. Dog Day Afternoon for the similar reason. A Network for the attack on the emerging mass media industry, and stuff like that, where it's tied to what the story is about, not the actual film and the body of work. And it's just, I think it's interesting that none of the guys who came out of that generation of starting out and working in the trenches of 50s live television during the golden age are, respected and admired the way that a lot of other people are. And I'm like, it doesn't seem quite right, because again, I don't know of anybody else in the more modern era of motion picture making that has that, just that sheer number of pictures he directed and that level of quality. And I just realized I haven't even gotten into the big part of what I intended to talk about, which is, of course, I try to talk about books on here because I think that is the biggest section of motion pictures that's just not discussed. There are great books out there, but you have to actually go seek them out and read them, and then actually think about what's in them. But there's a handful of books that I think everybody should read at least once. And if any of this is at all remotely interesting, or you're at all interested in motion pictures, movies, anything, there's a very select few books that I think everybody should read. And one of them, of course, is Hitchcock Truffaut. Another would be Ebert's Great Movies articles, which they were published in book form, but you can actually read them for free on his website, which I would recommend anybody to do. But one of the other ones, one of the absolute Bibles of how to make intelligent motion pictures that mean something and still try to be a decent human being, is Lumet's memoir of sorts, which is Making Movies. This was written in about 1995. So this was, written in what most people would, refer to as like, his dry period, where he wasn't making big hits or giant successes or things. But this is one of the most candid, honest, recollections of what it's like to work in the motion picture industry. The fact that it is ludicrously hard work and that mostly goes unheralded, but there are reasons to do it. There are nuggets of gold to mine. And again, it's rather thin. It's not that long. You could read it in a day, but it's so warm and conversational, and again, straightforward and honest. I read this at a young age, and I'm so glad that I did, because a lot of the stuff that he goes into here is stuff that you will experience firsthand if you're ever on a film set, or you go to film school, or you read or converse with people, or you just try to experience more. And then when you get firsthand experience, everything in here makes sense. Again, it is very honest and very straightforward, and it really gives insight into how he his work ideology. Again, it's called Making Movies for a good reason, because he was very well known for not really going for the artistic pretensions that a lot of people and scholarly articles and books and critics will, put on to movies. He wouldn't use the term film or cinema or things. He would say movies or motion pictures, and he was always a director. And I was very happy to finally find somebody who was like me, in that I understand the Artur theory, I get the idea of it, but it's not absolute. And what it's been turned into is just ridiculous, because a director does not do everything by themselves. A director is not God. A director doesn't just magically write and make the movie entirely by themselves. But because, everything is a choice that ultimately leads up to their opinion, of course, some of their own personal feeling and opinion and stuff will leak into the movie. And if they make a number of films, people can start to pick out similar thematics and stuff, which he never intended on putting on in any picture he ever made. And he says that in this book and says it in interviews and stuff. But so there is some truth in the auteur theory, but to just take it to the degree that now everybody has a film by credit, which is probably my most hated credit in the history of time. I can't stand that because the level of importance that puts upon every director now in the world, and every time a film gets listed, you get a parentheses with the director name and the year of release, which I think is ridiculous. Especially if you have to reference a movie that's a piece of junk, or you see an M. Night Shyamalan film and you're just like, kill me now. Because it's like a pretentious much, maybe. And then you think about all of the greats and the, in the original days, the golden days of Hollywood, the studio system and everything, they didn't get that type of credit. That was reserved for the producer who paid for the money. Like that, I understand, because it's their production. That's why they get that credit. They didn't just sit there and say a film by Samuel Bronston because he put up the money for it. They said a Samuel Bronston production. Kubrick has that credit on 2001 because he produced it. He was the producer. It's a Stanley Kubrick production. That's why that credit is there. But you look back at the old days and everybody just got the simple directed by credit, which is what they should have. And if you want to attribute auteur theory to them, that's fine. But actually go and look at the actual picture, not the credits. But again, there is a lack of pomposity in all of Lumet's writings, interviews, and his work, but it really comes through in this book. And again, this just goes through a lot of the general trials and tribulations of trying to get a movie made. There's, of course, talk about working with actors. There's some anecdotes and stuff. But this is just a fantastic book. I think it's got it's got the Ebert review quote on the front of it, which is the perfect way to summarize this book, which Ebert, in his published review, said about this book. I'm sometimes asked if there's one book a filmgoer could read to learn more about how movies are made and what to look for while watching them. This is the book, and you can't say it better. That's why this book is important. Everybody should read this at some point. And again, there's no better insight to his work methodology than this memoir of sorts. So I meant to talk about this at the beginning, and then I forgot. And I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. But and there's even a couple diagrams in here, and there's not like a ton of photos or anything. Like this is just straight up 200 pages of they should just literally call this How to Be a Motion Picture Director, and that would be a fine title. Like literally reading this is just like, they could have also called it What No One Does Anymore, or like What You Should Do, which nobody does. Subtitle, Which is Caring. So maybe I'm a bit cynical, but that's just I just started rereading this yesterday, and to get back in the mindset for doing this live stream, and it's just like, oh my gosh, like this level of intelligence and warmth and honesty and stuff just does not exist anymore. And again, I think it ties and goes all the way back to the generation of talents coming out of 50s live television, where it was the thing and important to tackle big subjects and important topics and things that mattered, whether the sponsors or studios or critics liked it or not. Like that was what you were supposed to do. So anyway, better catch up on some comments really fast. Oh, sorry, Pete had to drop out. Hopefully you can get back before we close down. But yes, random comments are always welcome. Oh, Deck dropped in. Hey man. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I've just been rambling for about 3 hours. You're fine. Let me scroll back up through all of the comments that have scrolled by as I've been going on and on. Oh, looks like Christopher made it in. Hey, man. Um, let's see. Where did I leave off? Um, uh, Maybe sacrilege, but I like Billy Bob Thornton's work, but he's such an a-hole in real life. Yeah, no, there are some things he's done. Like I mean, I wasn't big on Sling Blade because that just went everywhere, and people still will make the silly quotes and stuff. But that was an independent film that was quite hard to get made, and Criterion put it out on Laserdisc, and it's okay. Um, and then he's done some more interesting roles and stuff in his later years, and I think it only gets better with age. Like he's one of those actors. Like he just pops up in like more character parts now, and I enjoy that. Not some of the other stuff, but yeah. I do appreciate whenever people do more out there things, or they use some of their clout to get stuff made. Tommy Lee Jones did some similar stuff. I am probably I can never pronounce it right, but the picture he made, Three Burials of, I can't pronounce the Spanish name. I'm just gonna say Three Burials, but if you've heard of the picture, you'll know what I mean. I think it was 2005 or so, and it's basically a modern day Western, but this was a couple years before No Country for Old Men. But it's a really great little independent picture that nobody saw, and it didn't win a lot of awards and stuff. But he actually directed it, and it's very good. So I really do appreciate when people, actually try, even if the budget holds it back, or they're not the most skilled at directing, or it's got problems and it's got some warts and stuff. I don't mind that, so long as, wow, this is somebody actually trying. This is pretty good. It could be better. I wish it was better, but I gotta enjoy the fact that they're trying. Um, oh gosh, what would the product look like if Ed Wood had millions to make films? Oh man. Well, I would have to say it would probably have to be at least better than the summer tentpoles we have now, right? Or is that too much? Like, at least they would be fun. I mean, they'd be terrible, but I'd much rather see the special effects from Plan 9 from Outer Space than the next CGI snooze fest that we get every year. I don't watch the Ed Wood films very often, but I've seen them a couple times, and the guy tried. And then he, if I'm remembering correctly, his real life story, he then eventually had to delve into, making other things to support himself. Then I want to say, if I'm remembering correctly, I think he actually wound up making pornography films for most of his later life. I know the Ed Wood movie makes a lot of changes and stuff. They basically kind of gloss over his later years, but he was still so dedicated to the craft of movie making and the idea of wanting to make movies. Well, he's just going to keep doing it no matter what he had to do. So again, I appreciate the fact that he was trying, and he was making these super low budget films when it was, not easy to do so. And the concept of an independent film didn't really exist. And working for the super cheap last ditch Poverty Row studios in the 50s was like, you weren't going to, there was nowhere to go from there. But yeah, I never really got into the whole, I love to watch Planet Nine from Outer Space because it's the worst movie ever made, and I watch it like all the time with friends and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it's bad. Like I can't watch it more than a few times. But I do love the title that I think I want to say it was Kino or Image when they made the DVD box set of Ed Wood movies, and they it was like an official release, but they called it like the Ed Wood Tribute to Incompetence box set or something. And I'm like, wow, I wonder what he would have thought of how everybody loves him as a joke figure now, because I don't think his later years went all that all that well. The Mess Decade as an episodic TV director played a role in his efficiency. Oh yes, absolutely. Like that work ethic. And again, I think that I talked before about how I think that led to his pretty well known usage of rehearsal time for every picture he made, and then insisting in contracts that there had to be a significant rehearsal time period because they had to rehearse all the live television stuff, especially for the bigger shows. They would rehearse sometimes for like 10 or 12 days because they knew they only had one shot at doing it live. And so everybody was able to figure out exactly everything they were going to do, because if anything went wrong, you were screwed. Um, but yeah, that definitely plays some into it. But it, that doesn't always translate well into films. Like there are directors who made a lot of features and made some good movies, but you can kind of tell they came out of television. Like if you see some of the, I'm trying to think of a specific example. Okay, Andrew V. McLaughlin, who did a lot of the later, John Wayne westerns and other films throughout the 60s and 70s. He was a television director, and while some of those are pretty darn good, they're never great, and they always still have, at least to me, they always have this sort of TV feel to them. But I think that's just an example of somebody who did good work and had a pretty good career in motion pictures coming out of television, but who never really quite made the stylistic leap, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I think it was also different because just to think about all the great directors that came out of live television, it's just like mind boggling. And I really wish that those were much more available, because I still would like to see like all of the Playhouse 90s and all of the shows that these phenomenal talents did, and where they really learned and honed their craft. Talk about, efficiency. I mean, just the ridiculous 7-day work weeks they were dealing with, and you know, um, d- stuff that had never been done before, and then the limitations of everything. And I didn't realize for the longest time, but that's where Frankenheimer's photographic style comes from. That I love so much, is usage of deep focus to hide, the limitations of the limited sets, and the small sets that they were extremely limited, and then the way they had to. Block their camera movements in a certain way that were also that were cinematic on one hand, but also realistic, because there were a lot of constraints, because these were not top line Hollywood productions. It was live television. It was, you got what you got. um, so it's just amazing that so many people came out of that, not just directors, but writers, producers, actors, everybody. But again, I think people can reference it, they know of it, but actually being able to see some of the surviving shows, it's just Criterion did that one DVD release, but I think that's about it. Um, I think some random ones are on YouTube and online, but I need to look into that more. I've meant to do that for years. I've just never really gotten around to it. But I think it would be helpful if more people actually saw those and saw just the level of talent and how hard everybody was working on those. Best movie ever tag does not exist. I like that. Yeah, and talking about how that got attached to Kane and how people use Kane as a joke. How it's like, greatest movie ever. I didn't like it. I didn't get it. Well, it's like, I don't know what to do with you. Maybe see it again. If I don't get something, I go and see it again, or I read something again, or I think about it, or I try to figure it out. But yeah, that kind of caused a Kane backlash for a long time, and now Vertigo has the Sight and Sound #1 spot on the poll. And I always like Sight and Sound because they did it every 10. They do it every 10 years, and it's not just random people, but it's directors and industry people, and it's done as more of a guideline. It's not some official thing, and they've been doing it. If I remember correctly, the first one, it was either 42 or 52, and they do it every 10 years. And you can look at the list and see how stuff has changed over time. Where the earlier ones, it was pretty much nothing but some silent films and art house classics. So some Kurosawa, some Fellini, some Bergman, and then 10 years later, it would be a little bit different. And then 30 years later, it's totally different. And I like how they've always done that. I hate the AFI one. Like I remember when when they first did it, and then they had the TV special, then it was about ranking and stuff. And it's just like, this isn't what it's supposed to be about. But I appreciated that it got people talking about titles, and people would actually go and seek things out, and studios would reissue stuff and get stuff into video stores and make it more available. But the whole notion of ranking stuff is just silly. I mean, it's fun to do on your own. It's fun to make a top 10 list of something, or just to have fun with something. But it's not something that should be serious. You can't rank art. You can have favorites. You can have personal likes and dislikes. But yeah, the whole notion of ranking and lists and stuff, it should not be official. um, uh, Melinda had to check out. Thanks for hanging out, Melinda. Yeah, hopefully you make it back before we finish. You don't know. Sometimes I can get a question and spiel on for an extra hour. Oh gosh, the hill paired with passive glory. That would be fantastic. Yeah, that's yeah, tonally that's probably the closest you get. I'd never actually thought about them in the same context, but stylistically, visually, they're similar. Tonally, very very similar, and just different wars. So different wars and different armies, but yeah, very kindred spirits there. Um, let's see. Connoisseur checked out. All right, thanks for hanging out, man. Uh, let's see. Okay, Connoisseur has oh wow, 5,560 titles across formats. Man, that's fantastic. Um, gosh, I don't even know about my count. I know it's not quite that steep, but I always feel bad. I always feel like, oh no, I don't have a copy of this, or I need this version of that, or I need to import this disc, and then I feel bad because I'm like, I don't have the best version of a film I really care about, and then I feel like I'm not a proper film enthusiast because I don't have the Indicator UK Blu-ray of blah blah blah, or the Twilight Time disc of this, or the Laserdisc of that, and then I always feel like I don't have as impressive a collection as other people. And then most people I know, of course, they have like a handful of DVDs and that's it. And I'm like, how? And then I look at my shelves and I'm like, oh, well, I guess I am a bit of a fanatic. But um, also, I don't think most collectors put the level of technical research that, admittedly, I put into things. So that's of course what got me hooked on Laserdisc was the digital soundtracks, and trying to seek out particular transfers, and not only the best picture quality but the best audio quality for classic and catalog titles. So, admittedly, my stuff is much more varied. So, I don't have like a whole ton of Criterion Blu-rays like I'd like, but I have a lot of the same titles on Criterion Laserdisc or DVD on other labels and stuff for different reasons. And then, like, if I tried to explain that to most people, even in collecting realms, they'd be like, "What?" And I'd be like, "Never mind. There's a reason, but it's too long to explain." Sorry. Um, Wow, Connoisseur's only been collecting 8 years. Wow, that's impressive, for a not super long time. Of course, it's gotten a lot easier, with, physical with streaming taking off, people clear out collections, and, especially DVD prices have collapsed. I've got a number of box sets that I always wanted that were expensive for, really cheap in the past couple of years on eBay. So, that's what really got my, collection to start exploding, because it was always when I was growing up, I had my tapes, and then switched over to DVD, and there were always things I wanted, but I didn't have a lot of movies at all. But really, when DVD started falling off, and you could start getting like the Warner Classic box sets on eBay for like 15 or $20 instead of like $100. It was like, what? And then they started clearing out DVD stocks and blowout warehouse sales and stuff. And stuff started falling off in price in used stores. And then Blu-ray started getting cheaper. And then it just became, it becomes a much more easy to collect hobby, because things get cheaper and they're more plentiful because there's less people actively hunting and searching and buying, because they're all just streaming Netflix, because that's apparently easy enough. Um, Let's see. Um, Brian's saying Laserdisc 16 millimeter DVD and Blu-ray. Wow. So am I getting it right that you collect 16? Because I've always wanted to try that. That's like the good entryway point. Because 35 mil collecting is of course a lot more expensive, but 16 millimeter, it seems like a fun hobby, and I always like researching that and reading forums, and I've always wanted to. I've run 16 millimeter and 8 millimeter, and I've used a couple projectors and stuff, but yeah, I've never owned anything. I have some old random reels of some stuff I shot in film school, and that's about it. But just some like tiny ones of like negative and stuff. But I've never actually owned anything. But I always like scour through the eBay print listings just to look at like the photos of what turns up, and like the occasional dye transfer print that pops up on there, and I'm like, oh my god, what would that look like? But one day I'd love to play around with that, because it seems like it's gotten even cheaper than it used to be. But again, the trouble is learning how to do everything and doing the maintenance, and then having proper storage, and then having to worry about things that get vinegar syndrome, and then stuff like that. But it's admittedly, print collectors are a dying breed, but I really like hanging out in some of those forums. Uh, Streaming service. How many movies I have on a streaming service? Zero. Zero. I used to throw away the digital copies that came in DVDs and Blu-rays. Then I realized I could just like trade them or sell them on the Blu-ray forums for like $1 or $2, and then use that to apply to more Blu-rays and stuff. So that's what I do. I mean, I don't see the point in having I mean, streaming is a nice convenience, sure, but usually the stuff I'm interested in is not available, or it's not as good as the disc version, or I can get the disc version for cheap. So I've just never seen the need to do it. I mean, it gets better and better technically every year, but yeah, I've never really done it. Let's see. Oh man, there's a lot more comments, but I see this one and I was like, well, I got to do it. I have a better mic now. Hopefully, I hope this doesn't blow out your ears, but stupid request accepted. Trying to remember the exact. I'll just do the main line because I can't do the whole monologue, but to go to your windows and shout, "I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore." I had to do the hands too, because you gotta get into your Howard Beale isms. Unfortunately, I don't have like bad pajamas and a soaking raincoat and wet hair, but beggars can't be choosers. Let's see. If you had to choose between All the President's Men, Network, Rocky, or Taxi Driver, ooh. Just on a taste or personal favorite. Oh man, that's hard. It'd be Network or Taxi Driver. Probably Taxi Driver, because I think that's Scorsese's best picture, and the Bernard Herrmann score is just haunting. And I love All the President's Men, and Pakula's direction is brilliant, and the amazing Gordon Willis photography, and it's so iconic. And the Network is just a staggering work. It's a staggering script. It's amazing. And then Rocky is really powerful, and I think what made it work is the fact that the picture itself was an underdog. It was low budget, and it was made for the right reasons, and that's what I've always liked about it. So I mean, they're all exceptional, examples of movie making in the '70s. That's that type of intelligence and inspiration and passion just does not exist anymore. But push comes to shove, it'd be Network or Taxi Driver. Probably Taxi Driver, because again, I think that's Scorsese's best picture. Metro checked out Rambo Last Blood and enjoyed it. Okay. I've heard some mixed reviews. I've heard people say there's good stuff in it, but it feels much less like a Rambo picture. I know there was a quote they somebody asked David Morrell, I think his name is, who wrote the original book, and he was just like, no, this is terrible. This isn't Rambo. This is like some generic action movie that has Rambo slapped on it, and I didn't understand what was going on. But yeah, most of the reviews I've heard are pretty decent. I was curious about it. I'm actually going to rewatch the first four, which I rarely do. I usually just watch First Blood, but I will agree. Looks like Pete Metro talked a little bit about four. I think four, I was surprised that four kind of got back to the tone of the first one, which I enjoyed. But I thought the body count and the CG effects and the blood and the gore was just so overzealously done, over the top, that it became like laugh inducing and not in a good way. But again, I appreciated the more return to basics and more getting back to what the character and stuff is supposed to be about. And again, I thought they would probably just leave it there. So I was curious why they would do a fifth one, but I don't know. I might go see it, or I don't know. I might just wait till it hits Blu-ray because I want to rewatch the other four. But I'll definitely check it out. But yeah, I don't know if they really did it up fully the way they maybe could have. Let's see. Okay. What is your favorite performance in any Lumet picture, or are many of them equally great in their own respects? I'd probably go with that. Yeah. Because, he worked with so many famous actors, so many great actors, and again, was known as such an actor's director. Yeah. Let's just put it this way. I don't think there's a false moment in any Lumet picture that anybody gives. Like, I think all the acting is excellent, even in the not so good films or the films that people don't talk about or didn't become very successful or stuff. All the ones that I've seen, I don't think there's any false acting. There's no acting that feels forced or not correct for the scene or character or stuff. And I think that's the great strength. Of course, some parts are showier than others. Some parts are more iconic. The Pacino roles. But if you look at Dog Day Afternoon, the John Cazale performance is equally important, but it's a lesser character. It's not as it's not carrying the whole picture. And as I was talking about on Network, I think the Bill Holden performance, the Bill Holden character, is the emotional crew of the whole story and the whole picture. And I think Bill Holden's performance is just as good as Peter Finch's, but it gets overshadowed because Peter Finch's performance is so bravura and in your face. So there's different tonalities. And and again, the performances he got out of Connery are just amazing, and I think helped Connery totally shake his fear of being typecast and enjoy acting again. Very random. I was looking in a few boxes of old DVDs and found Battlefield Earth. Why do I own Battlefield Earth? Wow. Well, it's a classic for some, as Pete points out. You never know when you might get the urge to rewatch Travolta in a Massive Dreads, and I think I saw it once back on cable around the time it came out. I don't even know if I finished it. It was just like, man, this is just awful. But yeah, sometimes stuff's cheap and you buy it and you forget about it, or you get it as a gift, or you get it by accident and you just hide it away and hope you forget about it. At least one day it didn't fall out and hit you on the head or something. So then you were assaulted by your copy of Battlefield Earth. Um, okay, so it looks like I kind of sort of caught up. Uh, so Sega made it back, and let's see. Snows of Kilimanjaro, has it ever received a proper release? Don't know if it was on Laserdisc. I can't remember for sure. Actually, maybe I should look that up. I'm not exactly sure because I don't want to say the wrong thing. But I believe there's a release somewhere. I want to say. Let's see. Just curious because I think it came out on DVD somewhere. Um, but I don't know that. Let's see. I know it's popped up on like TCM and stuff, and I don't think I've seen it all the way through, but I'm pretty sure it hit DVD. Um, let's see. Okay, it looks like it came out on Fox's manufactured on demand line. They called it Cinema Archives. So there is an MOD DVD of it. Let's see. Okay, and it's got decent reviews. So yeah, apparently you can pick it up that way. I don't think it's come out on Blu-ray, but let me double check just to make sure. And I do this for my own reference too, because sometimes it'll make me remember other things, or then I can remember what film came out where. And then a lot of these will come out in foreign territories and never come out here. And actually, it looks like that's the case here. Let me double check. Yeah, okay. So apparently, Snows of Kilimanjaro has also come out on. It's out on Blu-ray in Germany, and it also looks like it's Spain. Uh, yeah, it looks like it's out in Germany and Spain, so it's probably the same master as that MOD DVD. They both have lossy audio, but yeah, so there are various versions out there, but yeah, so it is available apparently. So it's floating around out there if you're willing to seek it out. Oh yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad I was thinking correctly about the sadder later days of Ed Wood. Um, oh, the Ed Wood box set with the pink Angora case. Oh man, yeah, that's a heck of a slip box. Let's see. Got wild. Sega has Wild at Heart stuck in his head. um, yeah, it's an interesting oddball of a movie, and yeah, when it's one of those when you see it, you just get stuff stuck in your head. Yeah, I mean, I liked it, but I didn't know it had such a cult following, and then it's okay, and then now it's available as a Criterion title as well. So it's one of the more well, I would say one of the more narrative driven Lynch pictures. So it's like the one I can tolerate most because I am not a Lynch person at all. I admire the guy. I'm glad you do what you do, but it's not for me. But yeah, that's probably the one I'm most okay with because it's like the most normal seeming one. Um, Oh, Deck talking about the Ned Beatty monologue in Network, where he plays the executive flowing in, and then the staging where he's at the head of the table, and then from Howard Beale's perspective, he comes across as like a complete god figure with that speech, and the fact that it's coming from Ned Beatty of all actors, who is not the person you would picture giving that sort of performance. It's just really, really powerful and very interesting. And again, the staging of it using that long table and coming from a low angle to make him seem so large and imposing of a figure. Yeah, and talk about somebody who is underused after a certain point of time. And yeah, Ned Beatty can really be fantastic. And he just pops up like every once in a while after the mid 80s or so. So he doesn't feel he's ready to take on Eraserhead after seeing Wild at Heart and Blue Velvet. Yeah, honestly, you can see Eraserhead. It's just it's a total art movie before that concept or term really existed. Basically, just go into it knowing that it's totally experimental and just be ready for anything, and you'll be fine. Some people absolutely love it. Some people adore it. Some people put it on a pedestal. I saw it and I'm like, what? you know? Um, but again, I can appreciate Lynch doing different stuff. That's fine. I get it. I'm glad he's broken berries and stuff, but it's just not for me. Like I saw Mulholland Drive, and I still hate that picture. Like, I think Mulholland Drive is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life, and the fact that everybody calls it a classic and the greatest movie of the 21st century, and I'm like, what are you on? Like that was horrible. It was so bad. It was an abandoned TV show. Like the network didn't even want to make it. Um, but again, even in that, there's stuff going on and intelligent stuff going on that I understand. I get it. You can read all kinds of stuff into it, but I thought it was horrible. you know. But again, in a sort of weird way, even though I really hate Lynch pictures and they're not for me, I appreciate them for being there. If that makes any sense. I guess it'd be the same way if you go to an art museum and there's this important painting on the wall and you just don't like it, But and, at least you can acknowledge that somebody had to take the time to make it, and it is important and it is different. So, but yeah, Lynch isn't for everybody, but I'm always amazed at how much of a cult figure he is and how much it seems a lot of people really just go gaga over, anything he does, which I'm like, again, that's great. You can do that and make a career out of that. That's fantastic, but it's just not for me. um, Maybe move this a little bit so I can see my comment roster. First saw Ned Beatty and the Toy. I don't even know the first place I saw him in, but he's just one of those faces you just seem to remember. And then, of course, it's hard to see him in anything post seeing Deliverance and not think of Deliverance. So, as a kid, I only saw Ned Beatty and Superman, so I watched Deliverance. I was really surprised. Everybody likes to make fun of poor Otis and say Otis was, not a good part of Superman. But I love that whole character, like my favorite line in all of Superman is it's Otis Berg. And I was so happy I'm trying to remember if it was Arkham Knight or I can't remember if it was Arkham Knight or Arkham City, where there was an in joke where when you're flying around as Batman over the various boroughs and parts of the city, one of them is called Otisburg, and I literally stopped the game at that point, and I hit the pause button, and I'm like, I don't even know how happy that makes me. I'm so happy that's in there. But gosh, I just love Otisburg. Otisburg. Oh, it's just a small little place, Mr. Luthor. Like, Otisburg? Well, Miss Tessmacher has a place over there. Otisburg! It's just like, it's so perfect. It's not too stupid. It's such a great gag when Luthor's in the middle of the villain world domination speech. And then the what makes it so funny is that that this important scheme is going on, and the whole time they're squabbling, and Superman is just standing there watching. I'm just like, can we just get a reaction shot of Soup's face, just to be like, why do I do this job? Who are these people? Oh, cool. Say go watch Family Plot. Yes, it is meant to be sort of darkly funny and comic. That's what makes it so much fun. It's I guess the closest thing would be Trouble with Harry, which is very much a British humor movie but all the humor's very morbid because, of course, it's about a corpse that shows up. So Family Plot has a bit of that, and that's why I thought it was a really nice final picture because it does have that sort of warmth to it, sort of a funness. It's not a fun farewell because he was trying to make the short night, of course, afterwards. But for that to be his last picture, the final note to go out on, I felt was somewhat appropriate because there is that. Excuse me. There was that sort of funny vibe, I guess you could say. So yeah, that there is definitely intended humor in there. There's intended humor in almost all Hitchcock pictures, and you don't always pick up on it at first. But like, say for example, the most famous scene in Torn Curtain, the killing of Gromit in the farmhouse, where it 10 minutes to kill him, and everything they do doesn't work, and the fact that there's no score, it just heightens everything. But when you really start to think about it, it's actually quite hilarious because they keep trying to kill him and nothing works. And then, especially when you've seen the picture several times, you can actually look at that scene and imagine how much fun they had trying to come up with all the things that would go wrong. Like that whole sequence is like brutally funny and like this extraordinarily dark way. And then just when you think they're going to kill him, she lunges at him with a knife and lunges right into camera. And then you see him be stabbed, but then the handle breaks off and he's not dead yet. And in a way, it predates the famous "I'm not dead yet" sketch in Holy Grail. But of course, it's not on the surface saying that, but it's sort of a similar like morbid humor, and that's part of what makes Hitchcock's films so rich and so rewatchable and so important because they have that sense of aliveness. It's not just a thriller. There's hysterical tension breakers in there. Just as there are great, terrifying set pieces that put you on the edge of your seat. It's the balancing of the suspense with the humor as sort of a balancing scale act. Um, but yeah, that family plot is one of the most overt, funny ones. Again, I don't think he did anything quite that level outside of Trouble with Harry, but that's on a much more subdued level. Like that is very British humor, and that's why I don't think it was very successful in this country, and that's why it's such a amazing film to watch. Like Trouble with Harry is one of the all-time great. You have a cold and you need to watch a movie, or you've had a horrifyingly bad day and you feel terrible about yourself and you need to watch something. Um, Put on Trouble with Harry, and 2 hours later you will feel like $1,000,000. Um, but yeah, Family Plot has some of that definitely, and that's what I love about it. And I think that's why he cast Bruce Dern, because he picked up on the quirkiness that Bruce Dern always has. So and a lot of the actors in Family Plot are exceptionally good at playing comedy. So that is totally supposed to be comedic. It's also similar in ways, I guess, to North by Northwest, sort of poking fun at the Hitchcock thriller by playing up the comedic aspects and playing up the comedic aspects and poking fun at the Cary Grant persona. Right down to the fact that he wears the same gray suit the whole movie, and the fact that, it barely gets a scratch or dirty. And then when it does get dirty, they insist he watch it. And then there's no fourth wall breaking, but there's several points where it kind of comes close. But everything, it's just like that subtle twinge of turning the dial towards comedy, even in the midst of the great set pieces. So when people talk about the crop duster, they don't talk about the rest of the picture. I think it does it a great disservice because that humor element had never really been at that level in any other Hitchcock picture, really before or since, while everything else is being played straight 100%. And that's what makes it different and so much more mature. And that's a picture he could not have made, say, in the 1940s or the early 50s or even the mid 50s. And it was the perfect way to get over the failure of Vertigo and do a complete different direction. It's also the reason why he didn't want Jimmy Stewart to be in North by Northwest, who was supposed to be in North by Northwest, and why he knew that Cary Grant was the only choice. So can you just imagine? I mean, it would have been different, but Jimmy could have made it work, but it would just be a bit different. Like, my name is Roger Thornhill. The O stands for nothing. I didn't kill him. They had now. Who is George Kaplan? See, I came up here, and his George Kaplan suit is here, and this is George Kaplan's room. But you've never seen George Kaplan, have you? Oh well. Oh, that's a whole lot of hooey. That was horrible impression wise, but you get the idea. But yeah, that almost happened. So, um, would have gotten the same results, but would have been tonally a bit different because a significant part of the enjoyment of North by Northwest is Cary Grant enjoying mussing up the hair of his perfect image. Um, big jump going from Laura Dern in Jurassic Park to Wild at Heart. Yeah, that is a big jump, but yeah, she's done a lot of more interesting sort of indie roles, and then other Lynch stuff, and then of course turned up in the horror known only as The Last Jedi, uh, with the most un-Star Wars like looking hairdo possibly ever. Which I mean, purple hair. Like I still don't get that one. Like okay, all right, whatever. But anyway, um, Ah, Bruce Dern falling off the house in the Burbs. Yeah, I love his crotchety old man in some of the more modern stuff, or like in Nebraska where he is super crotchety, and it plays right into that quirky anger he's always had. And it's amazing to see how he, as an actor, he's able to just flip a switch and change demeanor at the drop of a hat. Like I love the part. It's a small part, but the sadistic killer he plays in Hang 'Em High, where he just totally is like this psychotic, lackey of the boss in the Western, which was definitely a sign of them trying to, ape the style of the Italian Westerns. And then, of course, Silent Running is just fantastic and a really intricate performance. And then, you got to realize after the opening, it's just him. There's nobody else. It's just Bruce Dern. And if you don't buy that characterization, the movie doesn't work. And of course, the movie works because that character is so vivid. And then, oh gosh, I love him in Black Sunday, where he plays the war veteran character who's dealing with his own demons, who is manipulated by the terrorist group, who realize that he's struggling with this stuff and manipulated and into participating in the plot to pilot the Goodyear blimp into the Super Bowl. And that's a great performance and a great Frankenheimer picture that is underrated and not talked about. And there's other great performances in there, like Robert Shaw is fantastic. And then yeah, there's I can keep going. There's more and more. Yeah, I want to say I think I may have the Burbs on DVD, but Arrow I think did a great Blu-ray in the UK that's supposed to be pretty good. I guess Shout Factory may have done it here, but I think Arrow did like a really nice remaster with extras over there. So that would be one to import. Oh geez, favorite Cary Grant picture. Wow, that's hard. That's hard. Oh man. Like I'd have to really break that down. Like it'd have to be like favorite Cary Grant comedy, favorite Cary Grant drama, favorite Hitchcock picture with Cary Grant. Like there's so many qualifiers. I'm still on a mad quest to see his complete filmography. Some of the earlier films are actually more available now. So I've seen some of his super early Columbia pictures, and I've seen a good number of his lesser known films, but I'm still on the hunt to same thing with Jimmy Stewart and Michael Caine and a number of others, where I'm just determined to see every picture they were ever in. But man, that's hard because he has so many different phases and different styles, and people don't give him the credit for being such a phenomenal actor. Yeah, that's hard because I mean, if you really look at the character he has to play in, like the Philadelphia Story, for example, I mean, that is a multifaceted performance, just on many different levels. Oh man, that's hard. Like, I mean, it's probably Notorious because I think that is not only one of the greatest films ever made, it's one of the great leading man performances because there's so much going on there under the surface, and it was really showing his dramatic chops. And Hitchcock got to that inner darkness that nobody else really got to. And I mean, in every way, shape, and form, Cary Grant as T.R. Devlin, Notorious, is James Bond in 1946. I mean, that is the Bond character almost to a T. There's so much of the Bond character in there that it's not even funny. And right down to the front he tries to put on, in trying to deny his love for Alicia, Ingrid Bergman's character, and maintain that stoic front. And then the sardonic qualities that come through, like his introduction at the party, and then when she first sees him hung over and the camera's tilted upside down, and the way he just walks in with that sort of smirk on his face, and the way he's photographed even. But yeah, there's so many. Basically, I'd have to say there's a couple. I know I'm cheating by saying it, but there's a couple that I just could not live without. So it'd be Notorious, North by Northwest, of course, due to the fact that they were really playing the comedy inherent to the Cary Grant persona. And then got to have Only Angels. Only Angels Have Wings, which is my favorite Hawks picture, and it was the picture that solidified Grant as a believable dramatic actor. It's a phenomenal performance. It's a phenomenal picture. It's one of the best pictures of 1939, of course. So that's in there, and then the great screwball comedies, because without The Awful Truth, we would not have Cary Grant, the great star, because that was the picture that really did it. So there's that, and of course, Bringing Up Baby is just like, Susan, there's a leopard. I'll be right up. Where's my intercostal clavicle? My bone. Oh gosh, I could get off on doing that too long. So yeah, there's those. There's so many others I'm forgetting, but yeah, it would have to be several. And then I think he's probably had his most fever pitch in Arsenic and Old Lace, because Capra just got him like at 100% and it never lets up. So he just flies around that little set, and it's just a wonder to watch. Sega gonna check out Seconds. Oh, fantastic! Yes. Oh man. Yeah. You won't be able to do anything after seeing that for the first time. Just block some time out. You're gonna have to let that one sink in. That one is like Twilight Zone on steroids. That's how I describe it to people. Like, it could have been a Twilight Zone episode, and if it had been, it would have been one of those that everybody remembers. It's Twilight Zone on roids. The first time I saw it late at night. I was by myself, and I did not know what I was getting myself into. I knew it was a rare movie. It was out of print. I found a copy in a library. I was so excited to see it, and I went back and I watched it, and I finished it at like midnight or some super late hour, because I had a free night and everything. And I just was, oh man. It's just like that weird combination when you see something that jarring and that eerie. I was like just sitting around, and I was definitely spooked. I was just like spooked, pulverized, and just absolutely blown away. And yeah, it was hard to even go to sleep. And then later on, I read the anecdote, which apparently is true, that Brian Wilson, of all people, wandered into a theater when Seconds was playing, and apparently was like one of the 5 people who saw the movie in 1966, because nobody saw it. And then when they came on and talked to the Hudson character and kept referring to him as Mr. Wilson, he freaked out so bad and would like not come out of his house for like the longest time, because he thought the movie was talking to him specifically. Oh man. Oh gosh, Sega, yeah, if you haven't seen Notorious yet, oh my gosh, like I am envious of you getting to see it for the first time. Definitely watch one of the Criterion versions, because that's the way to go, and it really nails the beautiful photography, especially the new Blu-ray from Criterion is fantastic. But the Notorious DVD was the first Criterion DVD I ever bought with my own money, so that's how long I've been a Notorious fanatic. And I don't put it slightly say it lightly, that it's not only a masterpiece, not only one of the best films of the 40s, not only quite possibly Grant's best performance, short of Vertigo, it's Hitchcock's best picture. It is a masterpiece on every level. It's one of the best pictures ever made. I wish everybody could go and see it, but unfortunately, Notorious still is not one of the better known Hitchcock titles, which is quite sad, because it's that important. Like for me, it's Notorious and Vertigo. Those are the two that defined my early life. I saw those and it was all over. It was just like there's nothing else in the world like this that's made today. Like I have to have more of this stuff. Yeah, I'd forgotten. Apparently, yeah, I guess there is an alternative ending to The Burbs, but I haven't seen it in the longest time, so maybe I should check out that Arrow Blu-ray I was just recommending a little while ago. I know a lot of people have said that one's supposed to be really stacked with extras and have a nice transfer and stuff, but yeah. So I'm glad I actually got some Lumet talk in and actually got some cool responses, and hopefully this spurs everybody on to seek out some of the more obscure titles and check out some old favorites. And I've got to beef up my collection because I'm still just kind of peeved. I'm like, how in the heck do I not have 12 Angry Men on hand? Like, I don't even know who borrowed my DVD and where it went. So I definitely have to pick up the Criterion. Since I brought up Tom Hanks and Mr. Rogers, anyone else think Hanks is a bad pick to play Fred Rogers? Sick of Tom Hanks doing like pretty much nothing but dramatic stuff. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to see him do more comedic stuff again. Outside of the goofy SNL skits, but SNL's gotten so bad. Some of the times he's popped up and you see like the YouTube clips the next day. He's actually about the best thing about the particular sketch. And it looks like he wants to do some more comedy. It's just a matter of getting it. But yeah, hopefully we don't get more things like The Terminal, which was literally Terminal when I saw it on the original release in the theater. And I literally was like, never again. I don't want to do this again. This is horrible. Oh man, I don't know why that's the one I always go back to, but Karkozia. But yeah, it would be cool to see him like come out with something that is much more comedic or life affirming or something fun. But then again, I think once you get pigeonholed as like the last bastion of old school star system acting and the everyman, that it's very hard to get the edgier stuff. So I think he still does good work, but it's usually in not so good pictures. Like I did see Bridge of Spies, which had a couple good things in it, but it was just not very good. He was fine. He was great and fine, like always, but it's just like, I wish the picture was better. Sega's moving Notorious up in his watch list and moving Seconds down till you can't watch it. Oh, I think it's better to watch Seconds alone. That way you get the full freaky factor, especially in a dark room late at night. And then when the end credits come up, the hairs are still standing up on the back of your neck, and you're just like, and then it really sinks in that you're all alone in a dark room. But it's not that it's scary. It's eerie in the best sort of, that's why I make the Twilight Zone comparison. It's very eerie because of the situation, the story, the sort of sci-fi elements, the disconnect between reality and the evil machinations of this mysterious company, So, and the fact that it's widescreen black and white with this amazing photography by James Wong Howe, and then the sequences where he uses fisheye lenses to cause distortion and to really mess with your perception and stuff. So I don't know, definitely watch it sooner than later. But yeah, I think it's best when viewed alone in a dark room at the wee hours of the late evening or like around midnight. Just adds that nice extra bit of ambience to make it even freakier. Um, oh, Republic. It's a Wonderful Life. LD says uncut version or previous version edited. Um, no, I don't actually know, and I remember that because the first copy I ever owned was the Republic tape from the mid-90s. Has the same green cover as the Laserdisc box. But I think what may have happened because the film got saved when it fell into the public domain, and then a lot of PBS stations would show it because it was free, and then people got used to seeing it everywhere, and that's what made it a holiday classic. But a lot of local stations may have cut it down because it is a longer movie to fit into a time slot, and some networks may have done that as well. So I'm guessing that's probably what that refers to. That it's not been cut down to 2 hours or something. Because I don't think it was. I've never seen any evidence saying it was reissued in a cut down version or anything because it's not 3 hours, but it's a little longer than the usual 2 hour time slot. So I would bet that's probably what it is. Similar to the way like when public domain things, you have to seek out the one official version and it'll say somewhere on there official authorized special edition from the vault of blah blah blah. Um, Even though it's usually just a crappy VCI DVD that looks terrible, it's the only official version, which, speaking of Capra, because it's on the shelf, I had that same problem. The only official version of a Capra title in public domain that is a great film in horrible video condition is the official release of Meet John Doe from VCI, which is a horrible transfer if you watch it on anything other than a CRT. It's interlaced, copied from a PAL master, and the sad truth is this is the only decent video version there is of this film, which is insane. There's actually like an HD version floating around. You pop up on YouTube and occasional places that's actually miles better than this, which is ridiculous. But yeah, this is the only decent official version. And again, it's uncut. Some public domain versions of this film are missing pieces, so it's uncut, but it looks horrible. I had to watch this on a CRT because at least that way I wasn't looking at all the interlacing and combing lines. But It's a Wonderful Life was actually in the same situation. It was in public domain for many, many years until Paramount got the Republic catalog and specifically bought it back, then put out the DVD in 2006, I think it was. Yeah, the Criterion Laserdisc has the it has the Janine Basinger commentary, which is really good. She's written a lot about Capra and is one of the great authorities on Capra's career. And it's a really great Criterion commentary. It's actually the only one there is that I know of because the Criterion has a interview with Capra at the end of the CAV box, and it's I guess it was at UCLA or somewhere back in this maybe mid to late 70s, and he's basically talking about a lot of the points that he covers in Name Above the Title, which was his autobiography, which is a great read, but it also kind of recasts him in sort of a different light and doesn't talk so much about the various contributors and stuff. So it's not like it's not a bad book, but it kind of does some myth making and stuff. So you have to, read that and then read like Joe McBride's book on Capra, which is called Catastrophe of Success. That's the best Capra book, and that one is the one where it like tells it how it is. But the Capra autobiography is also sort of like his last movie. It's like the movie version of his life in a way. But then the Republic versions usually have like that making of It's a Wonderful Life documentary where it's like, "Hi, I'm Tom Bosley. We're going to talk about It's a Wonderful Life. I'm standing in front of a fireplace in a Christmas sweater." Like, that was on the VHS tape, so I saw that a million times as a kid. It's like 15 or 20 minutes long, but let's see. I'm trying to figure out which one you might be talking about because, again, the only commentary I know of is the Janine Basinger one on the Criterion. Sega has the Capra collection, which I'm not familiar with that one. Is that an earlier like pre-digital sound era one, or is that Republic or? I'm not familiar with that one off the top of my head. Let me see if I can look up that number you posted. Hmm. Isn't it funny? I go to my phone and one of the hot link websites is, of course, LTDB. So I'm like, wait, did this film come out on Laserdisc? And I have it like literally hardwired to my thumb to hit the LDDB icon. Um, Let me see if I can. Wow, I love autocorrect. It's so helpful. Let me see if I can find the specific. No. Let's see, LVA 1001. Let's see. Um, oh. Okay, so on the database it says first 15 minutes of side 3 contains a commentary track where Capra talks about the cast and crew. And then at the end, it looks like they have the same interview from the Criterion disc, which runs about 20 minutes. So that's interesting. I will have to look that up. I don't know if that's, I guess it's from something else or, but I guess it is separate from that interview. So I was not aware of that. I will have to check that out. Um, oh, LDB is on your phone too, like that. Yeah. It's like, oh, yeah, let me open up my internet browser. Would you like to go to blu-ray.com, LDDB, Steve Hoffman forum, home theater forum? Like those are what it suggests, you know. Um, and yeah, it's always all film related. So even when I get 5 seconds on my phone, I'm not like, you know, looking at Facebook or in another social media app or something. I'm like reading some obscure old technical post on some 15-year-old home theater forum or post or something and be like, oh, so that's what happened on the DVD of such and such. So I wonder what happened when they made the HD master on the Blu-ray, and then the directional dialogue of this track from blah blah blah. Like, yeah, nobody does this stuff. So yeah, I guess my question for you guys, real fast, before I forget, what would be like your not your favorite, but do you have another Lumet film that you really like that you feel is underrated, or one that you just came across that you really like that's not talked about as much? Um, just out of curiosity, just to see where you guys are, because again, it astounds me that he's just never mentioned, never discussed or anything. Usually only in mention to the more famous films, you know. Um, I guess maybe that because he was more of an unassuming figure and not some, you know, big, you know, headline generating character or something. But I would just wonder what if you guys have like any, for lack of a better term, any deep cuts uh, you have favorited or like to pull out every once in a while. Because I think on some of these, that's like the longest I've talked about some of them. Because yeah, I never get to talk about The Hill, or especially Prince of the City. I definitely can't talk about Anderson tapes or even The Verdict. Really, it's if you bring up Lumet, all you can talk about usually is Dog Day Afternoon or Network or 12 Angry Men, and that's it. Like that's all you got. Like if you are, and usually the only time I can talk to people is like if you're waiting for a movie and it's only like at an art house or a independent theater where people are there, you know, ostensibly for, you know, the film experience, you know, and you can have more serious discussions, which usually are only skin deep or so, but you know, at least it's something better than usual. Um, yeah, I did talk about Dog Day a bit. Unfortunately, all I have is the. Get back here. Fortunately, all I have currently is the old 2 disc special edition DVD, and I'm gonna go ahead and finally pick up the 40th anniversary Blu-ray because they did spiff up the transfer a bit. It's got lossless audio and that really cool documentary on John Cazale, which I saw. I think it played on cable for a while when it first came out, so that's how I first saw it. It was like on one of the random channels. But yeah, that one is. I think it's pretty cheap. I think it's now dropped to around $10 or so. But I would hope. I thought they might do it in 4K, so that's why I kind of held off. And but it is a better. It's the old Blu-ray master, the better encode. So I think it's like actually MPEG 4, and it's got a better bit rate, and it's got DTS mono, HD mono. So it's spiffed up in quality a bit, and it's now much cheaper than it was when it came out. So I don't know if they're going to revisit it anytime soon in the 4K realm, but if they did, it would probably be a Warner Archive job. But yeah, that one seems like the best we're going to get for a while. But yeah, let's see, what did you mention specifically? Watch it through the eyes of modern day. Watching it through modern day eyes really blows your mind how far ahead of its time it was. Yeah, I did talk about that a little bit because I think, and again, I think it kind of presages what he did on Network in terms of it does have a sort of documentary You Are There flavor, but the movie, like everything right down to the photography and the staging, it stays back and allows everything to play out. So everything feels as indeed if it's playing out in real time. And he does the same thing in Network. And what that does is that allows the movie and the story and the characters and all the ridiculous stuff going on. It allows it to play out, makes it much more believable, because had anything else been, amped up or changed, it would have made it too much, and it would have diluted from the point the story was trying to make, which is the same thing that Dog Day Afternoon does astonishingly well. And again, that whole notion and style is way ahead of its time, and that's what makes this movie so great, is the fact that not only are you put in the same scenario, but you're allowed to look beyond just the simple setup. Oh, it's a bank robbery and they're holed up in there. You actually start to sympathize and understand and realize what these desperate characters, what situation they're in, and you sympathize with them, especially by the end of the picture. It's like you're not even thinking about the fact that they're stuck in a bank because they were trying to hold it up and they've held everybody hostage. You're literally like, you're rooting for them because they're real flawed people who actually don't mean anybody harm. Like, they mean well. So it's just like they pick the worst way to try to overcome their personal turmoil. So, Dex saw 3/4 of Orient Express and has got to finish it. Oh yes, you should definitely finish it. That is one that rewards repeat views so much because it is such a wonderful picture to go back to. I really, that's one of those. As soon as it hits December, I'm always hoping there's going to be snow, and there's usually not much snow. But that one I love to watch around the holidays because especially when the Orient Express gets snowed in, is just, and the way the coldness comes through the white light through the windows. It just is a very holiday movie, and I always associate it with the cold of winter and stuff. So that's one I'd love to pull out in December. Oh, I forgot to mention Walter Matthau, Failsafe. Yeah. Matthau had an interesting career. He was a very serious actor, and the notion of him playing comedy was kind of strange when he started doing that. And then he became so well known as being a outright comedy actor, especially when paired with like Jack Lemmon, that it's really interesting and strange to go back to his earlier films and his straight dramatic roles, and he's fantastic. Just a totally different vibe. And again, him paired with Henry Fonda and the straight seriousness of Failsafe. Again, with the black and white photography, it really hammers the thematics home. It's just the fact that the film was held up and came out after Doctor Strangelove, that it's always been in the shadow of Doctor Strangelove. But it is very great, and every time I rewatch it, I'm like, man, I forgot how good this was. Like, this is just like ridiculously tension building. Um, and then let's see, what was I gonna say? After watching 12 Angry Men, anxious to watch another Peter Fonda film. Oh wow, yeah, it's it's interesting to see some of the similarities when they're acting families, and of course, the children do share physical sensibility, similarities. But there are a couple little things, I guess you could say, that were similar in Peter Fonda's style and screen presence to his dad's. Um, and honestly, I don't think Henry Fonda is properly revered today, because outside of a certain few iconic films that people might know, like, people just don't have that level of connection that they might have had once. So when you see Once Upon a Time in the West, they don't have that immediate, oh my god, that's Henry Fonda. When Frank first appears, like, you're supposed to, because they don't have that background in the classic Western and early John Ford. They don't know that this is the guy who said that playing Abe Lincoln was on the level of playing Jesus Christ. They don't know that this is the same Henry Fonda from The Grapes of Wrath. This is the same Henry Fonda from 12 Angry Men. That's why Leone cast him in that part. And then the other picture Mathau did that's fantastic. I gotta say The Fortune Cookie, because that is a beautiful, scathing, dark, bitterly funny picture, which really got him paired with Lemon, the Billy Wilder picture from 1966, where he plays this completely amoral character who convinces Lemon to play up his injury on a football field as part of an insurance fraud scheme, right down to the point where he has Lemon dress up in the neck brace and in a wheelchair and play out the whole charade. And it just snowballs further and further and further. But the other one that's really great and very, very not the Mathau you picture, and it's really cool because it's just now out on Blu-ray. The Don Siegel picture, Charlie Varick, is fantastic. It's the picture Siegel made after Dirty Harry. It's absolutely phenomenal, and it was done, I think. Who was it? It may have been Indicator who did the UK Blu-ray, and then now Kino's bringing out the same disc over here, so you can get it over here in the States. But that is a fantastic picture. Nobody's talked about for the longest time, so it's really cool that it's finally getting some renown, because that is a great picture. It's very dark too. It's not, and the fact that it's not Clint Eastwood, it's Walter Matthau. It's totally different, but it's definitely, you can see that it is immediately coming after Siegel coming off of Dirty Harry. And it's one of his most underrated pictures. It's really great. Let's see. Favorite Mathau is Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's fantastic. I was really kind of sad that they remade it, because I feel like that's an underrated 70s thriller. And it's I saw part of the remake. It's okay, I guess, but the original is fantastic and still underrated. I have the original Blu-ray. I think Kino redid it, added some extras, but the encoding isn't as good. So that's one where if you want everything, you have to have both Blu-rays. But yeah, the original, I think it's MGM did the first Blu-ray, and it's got a nice transfer, but no extras. So that's the version I have. And there's a pretty good, I think, letterbox Laserdisc too, that if I ever find one, I'll pick it up just to check it out and compare it. Have you ever seen any of the old Chester Morris Boston Blackie movies? I think so, but it's been an exceptionally long time. I want to say I saw some of them maybe in like some of the old TCM programs. They used to do a lot more like programming blocks. Like they'll still do occasional things like I think they still do Sunday Night Silence, where they run silent films for Sunday night, but they used to do a lot of programming. They used to run some serials. They used to run some animation blocks and some short subjects and stuff. But they still do that, but it's like spread out. But they used to do like a lot more of specialized programming. So I think I saw some of those on there, but it was long, long ago. Um, as far as the most popular stuff goes, 12 Angry Men has been one of my favorite dramas since childhood. Oh, that's fantastic. That's how to start early. Start right early. I think I saw it when I was maybe about, I want to say maybe 10 or 12, which I think is like the perfect age to see it for the first time. Because that's when you're really starting to think beyond just your own sphere of stuff going on and try to thinking about bigger topics and questions and stuff. So I think that is an absolutely fantastic film for children. Because children are not stupid, contrary to what the studios and everybody will tell you. And, a great drama is great drama, and it doesn't matter how old you are. You should be able to recognize that. Um, and because that doesn't exist anymore, I think that gives, the younger generations, it does them a disservice because they've never experienced great drama. So they don't recognize it. So then they go, what the heck is this Citizen Kane? I don't get it. Why is it so weird? Why does it do this? Why does it look funny? Why isn't it in color? Why is there the guy in the background and this guy here and what's it all about? I don't get it. And I'm just like, kill me now. It's just like, oh man. Um Jerry Stiller and Pelham, yeah, and of course Robert Shaw is just phenomenal in anything he ever did. Um, yeah, Fortune Cookie. Yeah, sorry, I beat you to it. That I don't know. Fortune Cookie may be my favorite Mathau performance, and I love that they decided to pair him with Jack Lemmon, and that kickstarted that whole thing. And Fortune Cookie is one of the most underrated Wilder pictures. Like it's fantastic, but it's very bleak. In a lot of ways, I think it's similar to the picture he made before, Kiss Me Stupid, which is super bleak and got scathing reviews and got edited and censored, and everybody hated it. And it's fantastic. It's really dark. And I think it plays much better in a modern context than it did back in the 60s because it's not risque at all in terms of what they were accusing it of being. But yeah, Kiss Me Stupid is a really out there picture. And again, it's really interesting to see because that's where Dean Martin plays a variation of his persona. So sort of what I was talking about with North by Northwest and the Cary Grant persona, but in Kiss Me Stupid, it is overtly poking fun at the Dean Martin alcoholic womanizer image. And that's also the film that Peter Sellers was doing in Hollywood when he had his near fatal heart attack and dropped out. So that film was reshaped and reworked after that. But it's a really forgotten about picture. And so is the Fortune Cookie. But the Fortune Cookie is maybe a bit more well-rounded, so I would say it's probably the better picture. But again, Wilder never made a picture that didn't have something there. Like, and those two pictures are really interesting. Both black and white, both mid-60s, both not very successful, and with I hate to say trademark scathing Wilderisms and Wilder humor, but it's there, and I love them both. Sega got Kiss Me Stupid on LD. That's fantastic. Yeah, it did eventually get a letterbox LD, and then I have the old DVD it got ported over as, and I've been meaning to pick up the Blu-ray, but it's I think that one's all up too, so that's usually a bit more expensive. So I always try and wait for some of those to go on sale before I can actually afford to upgrade. But yeah, that is a really interesting Wilder picture if you've never seen it. Again, very out there, very dark. There's a real sense of futility throughout the whole movie, and this is supposed to be a ostensibly, a sex farce, and it's literally the movie starts and it's like in this southwestern desertish small town in black and white, and it's just like you get this overwhelming sense of futility. Like, it's not like the level of the Misfits, but there is like a tiny bit of that, and this is supposed to be a comedy. Like, it's really weird. But I'm contractually obligated to say The Odd Couple is my favorite Mathau, but The Fortune Cookie gets up next to it. Yeah, I really like The Odd Couple, but for me, it just doesn't have that that sarcastic wit, that biting irony that the fortune cookie does, that really elevates that for me. And but the Odd Couple's still great, and I still prefer the movie to the the eventual show, because it's more focused, and it's a a movie narrative as opposed to a series. But for me, the fortune cookie just elevates it, because you have many more things going on, and it's much darker, and there's more gravitas and everything. So I naturally react very well to gravitas and darkness and irony. Um, Now, since we're on this subject of late period unheralded Wilder, I have to take a second to mention probably my favorite of this period, one of my favorite films that is just amazing and was horribly mutilated, and never shown as it was intended. And that, of course, is The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, which I think is is a masterpiece, even in its cut down version. And just a love letter to the classic Conan Doyle stories, a love letter to the character, while being one of the first modern reinterpretations of the characters and the stories and the texts. That instead of tearing apart and trying to psychoanalyze the character, it allows you to like go beyond the surface and examine the what ifs and the more human side of these characters we all know and love and adore. And it's so beautifully staged and exquisitely designed. And I think it's one of the great tragedies of that era of motion pictures, that picture was just mutilated and cut down to 2 hours, and its original concept of being multiple stories being told was just lost, and it was never shown as a large roadshow feature like it was intended. And that's one of those films I hope that someday could be completely reconstructed, but it just doesn't look like that's going to happen. We're lucky we have the surviving elements of the cut sequences. There's it was on the Laserdisc and it's gotten ported over to the DVDs and Blu-rays, but we have the picture for one of them, and then we have the audio for the other one. So, which I'm sure Wilder would have found ironic, but that is just a masterful picture with amazing performances, beautiful set design, in the manner that they stopped doing. It's like one of the last big studio films that has beautiful design and photography and intelligence and wit. And even though it's not doing the stories like legitimately 100% with a level of accuracy, and I love rereading the original Conan Doyle stories every year almost, but I still don't think there's a truly great adaptation out there. But I think of the films we have, I think Private Life of Sherlock Holmes is probably the best one. I think it's the best Holmes film ever made, because it shows such a love and respect for the character and the stories of Conan Doyle and the writing, and like I was talking about actually with Lumet's version of Murder on the Orient Express. It's very similar, but while this, does the book justice, Private Life of Sherlock Holmes does a similar thing with that feeling of old school romance for a different time period and great literary sources that you love, while letting you get a deeper sense of what's going on. So it's sort of like what Nick Meyer did in his book, The 7% Solution, that was eventually made into the very good film, about playing around with the character and putting him in different scenarios just to see how that would work and look at other facets of such a multifaceted character. This, of course, is in ways that are completely alien to the modern stuff we get, like the BBC Sherlock, which I really couldn't stand. I tried. It wasn't for me. Or Sherlock Holmes as superhero, like the Guy Ritchie pictures, which are just there, I guess. But yeah, I absolutely adore Private Life of Sherlock Holmes. I think it is horribly underrated and undervalued. And I'm at least glad it's out there on Blu-ray, but I would hope that we could get a 4K restoration, because I don't think even the HD masters don't do the photography and set design and costumes justice, because it's got that old school sort of haziness to the photography. I don't know if they use some gauze on the lenses and particular lighting, but I guess to give it sort of a period flavor. And I think that could be represented better on like a brand new 4K version. But unfortunately, the film is not popular enough, I guess, to warrant that. Oh, okay. Sega's getting more into Dean Martin after seeing Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. And then yeah, the Matt Helm pictures are they're really odd because they're not they're not good really, but you know, it's fun seeing Dean Martin do anything just about. And you know, it's right there smack dab in the middle of Spy Mania, and you can't help but love them. And I really wish I'd picked up the DVD set, but that's gone out of print, and I never got it before that happened. So I think the last time I looked at it, it was like called the Matt Helm Lounge, which was, of course, a cool, whimsical title. But yeah, it just like skyrocketed in price. But I don't know if that's come down or I think maybe one of them has come out on Blu-ray, but pretty much it's the law of diminishing returns after the first picture, which I think the first one was the Silencers, but I can't remember for certain. But those they're fun and sort of yeah, this is bad, but it's a time capsule, so just have fun with it. um, uh, I guess similar in a way to the vibe of the original Ocean's 11, where it's much more of a hey, watch the guys have fun in a time capsule setting, um, less so that it's actually a good movie. That's kind of what I would associate the Matt Helms with. Although Ocean's 11 is actually a solid, good movie, whereas the Matt Helms really, quality wise, not up there. But they were never as distributed as much as like some of the others. So like when I was growing up, I every time the Flint films came on cable, I would just rewatch them over and over and over again and think, is James Coburn the coolest person in the history of time? I think so. I still think so, actually. But the Matt Helms were much less common to come on cable or TV or stuff, but absolutely essential for 60s spy mania, spy craze fanatics. And there's a lot of other interesting Dean stuff, but you gotta dig through some stuff to find the fun stuff. And oh gosh, Cannonball Run, man. I saw pieces of that over and over, and I never got to see the whole thing until years later. And you know, it's not the best movie in the world, and you wish that it had been better. It could be better, but you know, everybody had a lot of fun, and you can see that. And you know, there are the great little gags peppered throughout that are fun, and you do get some shots of real cars going at real speed, and you don't get that anymore. Um, and it has Roger Moore, so of course I had to see it, and I had to see it more than once, and and that's really the whole reason why I was like, oh, I have to see Cannonball Run because Roger Moore plays a parody version of himself and has a DB5. Like, how is this not going to be the greatest thing ever? And then I saw it, and I'm like, well, it had Roger Moore in it, so. There's a couple Blu-rays of Cannonball Run, but I think they all have some problems. But I might pick up one of those at some point simply for my Roger Moore shrine. Because I think everybody should have one of those. It just makes you feel better about yourself and the world, just to bask in the glory that is Roger Moore. And he has so much fun poking fun at himself. They all do in that picture. That's what makes it work. It's not, you know, a very good movie on the surface, but the fact that everybody's having fun and kind of pokes fun at themselves is what makes it work. Deck was introduced by Stalag 17 from Hogan's Heroes. Yeah, a bit of a tonal shift there, but yeah, that's definitely on point. Um, oh man, Spirit of St. Louis, all the discussions with the Fly. Yeah, well, it's like, what else are you going to do if somebody's stuck in a airplane for all that time and they're by themselves? You can't just have constant voiceover because that's going to get really boring. Oh, hang on. I think somebody got stuck. Well, I'm glad I don't have a wired mic anymore. Oh man, now I do my streams, and it's hard to do a stream when your dog gets tangled up in something. Oh man, uh, sorry about that. I can't remember where I was, but let me catch up on some of these. Oh man, bit of Jackie Chan and Jaws mixed with Tom DeLuise in a cave. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely very full for a very full picture. Cannonball Run is. Yeah, you can't say that there's not a whole bunch of stuff going on. Deck's favorite Holmes is the 1984 Adventures of Holmes. Yeah, definitely check out Private Life. Yeah, it's a bit different. It's a bit strange and a bit quirky, and you may have to watch it, 2 or 3 times, let stuff sink in. But I really like it that it's different. Christopher Lee absolutely adored it because he adored working for Wilder, and it was one of the first times he got to break out of the Hammer typecasting. And he is a fantastic Mycroft, so that's the part he plays in there. And again, it's a fantastic cast in that picture too. Okay, Silencers is the first man home. Okay, good. I'm thinking correctly. Okay. Yeah, Our Man Flint versus Enlight Flint. Yeah, it's law of diminishing returns. Like, there's a lot of great ideas and gags in the first Flint film, and then it's like, oh, we made a ton of money off this. This must be a thing. Let's get a sequel out. Yeah. What do we do? I don't know. Just remake the first one. That being said, there's cool stuff in Like Flint, but you watch In Like Flint much more for it being a 1960s movie and enjoying the time capsule aspect and the silly, goofy stuff, as opposed to watching Our Man Flint, because Our Man Flint is a great spy spoof, whereas In Like Flint is not as good, not as inspired, but it's still got James Coburn literally playing badass of the universe, and literally the coolest dude in the history of time. I still remember, because they would usually run them back to back, or I would see pieces of both films when I was a kid growing up. So I just thought it was like one movie. So I just mashed them together in my head. And I always remember the opening of In Like Flint. It was sort of like when they first show Flint, is like a parody of the Bond pre-title. And, he's in the ballet, and then he has to escape, and he gets up off onto the roof and there's snow because he's somewhere in Russia, and then he just pulls on this big thick fur coat with the big like fur collar and stuff, and there's snow going, and he just is like, I am the coolest guy in the history of time, and I have a big fur coat. I'm like, yes. I don't know why that stuck with me, but it just did. So I love them both. But Pete's back. Hey man. Yeah, see, I told you, if you try and come back, I'm probably still ranting and raving. Cupboard's dropkick off a ledge. Coolest and funniest thing ever. Yeah, I mean, one forgets, he was buddies and trained with Bruce Lee, I mean, he actually knew what he was doing. Of course, the Flint films are much more about doing it for comedic purposes, but he could actually move when he wanted to. Sega kept me busy. It kept me busy. Yep. Just talking about some random topics and stuff. Kind of probably winding it down in a bit. I think my furry companion has decided it's probably time to go outside again. Yes, live streaming, hard enough to do. Live streaming with pets and such, another challenge that they don't cover in the YouTube help sections. Pete doing record shopping while trying to get a birthday present. That's what always happens. You're like, oh, I need to get a gift for somebody, and then you're like, and I've bought more stuff for myself. Crap. Well, they would like this. Well, this is more me telling them they would like something, and I always do that. So maybe I should just get them a gift card, and then say, oh, here's a CD I think you'll like. Oh, here's a gift card, and here's a Blu-ray of a movie you should have seen years ago that you really need in your life. I know I'm weird. Thank you. Oh, Sega got into Flint because of the Austin Powers name drop. Yeah, they also, I love they printed it on the DVD when they finally put them out on DVD. Actually, I think that was the impetus for even getting the Flint films on DVD. And because he's talking about in like Flint, it pops up on like a TV. I think in the first Austin Powers, it's in Austin Powers, or it's in Spy Who Shagged Me. It's in one of the first two. But he's like, "Oh, it's like my favorite movie," and they put that on the DVD case as a critical blurb, and it says, "My favorite movie, Austin Powers." That's fantastic. That shows such a sense of humor and everything, and I was happy at least got them, rediscovered and out there again. But I never got to get the Twilight Time Blu-rays, and they went out of print super fast, and now they're like crazy rare. So I'm like, doggone it, I wish I'd gotten those. So, oh. Okay, I get it. We've been streaming a while. I see. Oh man. Somebody's like, no, you've been streaming too long. um oh man, indexing laser reviews, man. I guess mm, I really did the he was really more as just a collection overview, and then I just got to talking about more and more per title. So what I think what I'd really like to do is I'd like to do like a full on review for each title, and then just do like a video section. That's what I used to have a blog, and that's what I would do because it's much easier to do that than put together a whole video on it. But that's what I'd like to start doing again. And then if I do like specific video reviews of certain films, do like a whole section at the end and talk about the Laserdisc DVD and such. But yeah, there are a couple that I could kind of do more about. That's why I did like the separate one for the Golden Age of Looney Tunes boxes, and then I tried to separate it by genre a bit. But yeah, there's a lot. So yeah, it started out as just a simple collection idea, and then I started talking about like uh way too long about one at a time, and then I'm like, oh dang, this is a lot longer than I realized. So um yeah, I think what I'll do is probably at least start doing little tiny write ups, because as I know some people will post on like the LDDB some like general reviews and stuff, and there's so little of that information out there. Like all you can do really is like I look up the old widescreen review postings. Like there's some on their website if you dig through the archives, or there's a couple like Laserdisc reviews still floating around. So I think I might just start up a blog again, and just do some simple write ups so I can at least talk about a ton of discs, because now I have so many. So it'd be hard to do a whole YouTube upload for each individual title, or otherwise I'd be cutting my old videos down into like a whole tiny like 5-minute video on each disc, and then I'd have like a ridiculous number of Laserdisc videos. I don't know. Maybe I could do that. Be like, and now for my 1,235th Laserdisc upload, Beverly Hills Cop 3. Because that's the one everybody wants to know about, right? Laserdisc 2000, Forrest Gump. Laserdisc 3000, Speed. Let's see. Sega branching out on his channel, doing think about doing a mix of pickups and players and stuff. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Anything to get more of the word out and make more content for all of us nerds to have something to scroll through on YouTube and actually, get something out of it, as opposed to just the usual false hopes when you click and then you get into something and you're like, oh dang it. But yeah, Sega's got some awesome stuff if you guys haven't checked out his channel yet. Make it easier to find for people to find specific titles. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think the easiest way would probably be just doing some write-ups like I used to do, because on my old blog I would do just general movie reviews and analysis piece, and then I was going to do like a little paragraph at the end about video versions and editions, and then sometimes that would get so long and it would get longer, and then some of the reviews I wrote, the video paragraph was longer than the actual article. I was like, yeah, I think I have other interest here. But yeah, I think that'd probably be the easiest way to talk about all the far too many discs that I have to go through. Yeah, it's also funny going through my old videos. It's like, yeah, I started and I only had X number of discs, and by the time I had done 10 or 15 videos, I was like, I feel like I have more discs than I started out with. And then that just kept happening over and over. So I finally like caught up to myself after all these uploads. So that was never intentional. So it's like, this is only gonna be like 2 or 3 videos of stuff. And then, yeah, that snowballed really quick. So, let's see. Thoughts on the new Joker movie? I'm kind of trying to tune it out. There's definitely a Scorsese vibe, definitely Taxi Driver vibe, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't really care all that much. Like, I hope it's good. I don't think it's probably going to be very good, but I'll just wait and kind of see. Let all the reviews flow in, and then um, just kind of weigh it out. But I figured I was probably gonna do that anyway. I might see it. I might wait till it comes to Blu-ray or something, but I don't really have any, high hopes for it. So, just trying to be pleasantly surprised. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of Scorsese vibes that are, seemingly intentional. So I'm always kind of like, eh. It's like Joker, Taxi Driver / King of Comedy edition. And I'm like, okay, is this something we needed? I don't know, but they can't get Batman right. So, I don't know if they can get Joker quite right. So, but, wonders never cease. You never know. Is Our Man Flint worth checking out or revisiting? Yeah. Actually, I do think so. It's the best of the spy spoofs. It's the best of the spoofs to come out of Spy Mania. I don't really count Casino 67 in that same parlance because it's its own beast entirely. And as you guys know, I did a whole stream about it. I love Casino Royale 67 because I'm that particular brand of mad. Like, but yeah, Our Man Flint is just a joy to watch. It's some of the humor's dated a little bit. It's a little slow in places, but that it is what it's supposed to be. And it is really fun to go back and rewatch that and actually see it in widescreen because they actually paid the money and shot it in scope, and it has some pretty nice production values. And some of that is making fun of the Ken Adams sets and Bond and stuff like that. So there's a lot for Bond fanatics, there's a lot for spy fanatics, and there's a lot for people who love 60s culture. And like Flint is fun too. It's just, again, law of diminishing returns. So just check them both out. But what I would say is another picture, same time period, also James Coburn, that's made. Actually, I don't know if it's in between or after both Flint films, but it is absolutely fantastic and nobody knows about it. So Coburn did a picture. It's called The President's Analyst. That picture is amazing. That is it's a comedy outright, but it is a scathing satire of mass consumerism. And again, this came out in 1967. I don't know how this slipped through the studio system. It is hysterically funny. The humor is really biting. It's better than both Flints combined. And Coburn is fantastic. And the gag of the movie is, just as the title says, it basically follows what happens to the analyst of the president of the United States. And thus, if you think about it, well, the analyst of the president knows everything in his head. He knows all his secrets. So thus, of course, all the foreign powers of the world will want to know what the president's analyst knows. And so basically his life becomes a living hell. And then everything goes crazy from there. I had heard about it, but I didn't see it for the longest time until it finally came to DVD. That picture is amazing. Again, It's one I wish more people knew about, more people would see. It is fantastic. It is one of the best comedies of the 1960s, hands down. Coburn is amazing in it. Again, it feels like Flint because it's the same exact time period and Coburn's in it. But it was made by Theodore J. Flicker, I believe his name was. It is a insanely witty screenplay, and the end, it just pulls out the rug from underneath your feet and is brilliant. And there's even a couple things in there that are sort of spy spoofish, so it's also cool for 60s spy nerds like myself. But it, yeah, that picture is amazing. That is definitely a cult movie if you ever had to define what a cult movie is. There's some pretty good articles written about it online, very few, but you can actually look it up and read a little bit about the film's production and stuff, because that picture is, again, that is astonishing. I don't know how they made it. I don't know how they got it through the studio system. It didn't really make any money. Nobody went to see it, but everybody who's seen that remembers it. Ebert loved it when he saw it back in '67. It's one of the few reviews I could ever find of the movie. Again, I cannot recommend that picture highly enough, and nobody's seen it. But yeah, President's Analyst. You can get it on DVD. It's Paramount. It's dirt cheap. There is a Laserdisc that's letterbox, but apparently it's got some partial rescoring, so you have to get the DVD to get the correct music track. But yeah, that is amazing if you've never seen it. And I love both Flint films, and I grew up with them, and they're great. And I love to rewatch them all the time. But President's Analyst is just a whole other level. Yeah. So again, President's Analyst, please go check it out. You will be amazed. I'm telling you. Absolutely fantastic. Sega says timestamp the collection videos. That is brilliant. I should probably do that. That's fantastic. So I think I should give that a try, because that would be the easiest way to do it. Actually, I wish I'd thought of it. That's a fantastic idea. I think I will try that. Thanks, man. Thanks very much. Yeah, New Joker's meant to be its own thing. Yeah, so I think that's good, but I would just hope they could get Batman correct first, but they seem to have trouble doing that. Yeah, and Joaquin Phoenix is great, so yeah, I'm sure there'll be entertaining things in it. I'm not really invested in it, so I'm kind of like, okay, all right, let's hope it goes okay. Calling Flint dated is a positive in my book. Yeah. Yeah. And I wasn't saying it as negative either. I was just saying that, there are some things that are specifically dated to that point in the 60s. So if you're not aware of the spy craze or Bond at the time or 60s counterculture, you may not get all of the references, because I've actually shown the Flint films to people before, and they enjoyed Our Man Flint. So I was very happy. But some things you can tell doesn't exactly play at the same recognizable level in 2019. So that's when I would use the term dated. And again, not as a negative. It gets always applied as a negative, but it's really not. Once I get into the Gone in 60 Seconds audio controversy, the review will be 5 hours long. Oh, geez. Man, if I get going on something, I can just spiel and spiel and spiel. But yeah, usually most people do not care enough to do that. So usually I feel like I'm especially if people get me going in just regular day-to-day life, I feel like I'm just like, yeah, I'm just totally babbling right now, aren't I? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, oh, okay. I can cut myself off. Yeah, Sega, you're absolutely right. The idea is that people today have so many things competing for their attention, whether it's their phone or all this other stuff with instant access. Yeah, movies don't have the same dominant force or power or far reach. Because the whole reason why I got my YouTube channel up and going again was, when you look and you see somebody uploads the dumbest YouTube video you've ever seen, just something stupid, simple, and you see that it's already reached over 1 million people. Well, do you know how much money, time, and effort you would take to make a movie and reach 1 million audience members just off the bat? Like, it's No, like that's more than a lot of movies have ever gotten in terms of audience, and especially now. So there's so many other things competing, and there's such less diversity in motion pictures because of the stupid practices of the major studios and their over reliance on tent poles that I think part of that drives people away because they're looking for stuff. That's what's led to this so-called second golden age of television, which I don't buy for a minute. I think that's simply because people go where the work is, and people are naturally going to go to the stuff that's more challenging, more interesting, more out there. And if they're not going to get it from the motion picture screen, well, they can get it on their TV or their phone or Netflix or whatever they're using because that's where it is, and that's where they're naturally going to go because it's not in the theater. So who's to blame, you know? I wonder. Uh, so yeah, but you are definitely right about that. Um, and modern audiences see older pictures as slow. Yeah, yeah, slow, and people are less willing to take chances unless they get hooked into the story. So that's why I always try to be very careful about things I show people, or I try to think about what they already like, and then I'm like, well, I can't go that far, but if you get somebody hooked on something, and then all that stuff falls away and it doesn't matter, and hopefully it makes people get more open-minded, and want to take in more things and experience more stuff. But that's it's I always feel like it's a delicate balance trying to introduce people to stuff, because it's like, no, you can't go if you go that far, then they're just going to close themselves off. That'd be too much. But maybe do this, or maybe a little bit of this, or try this, and you have to sit there and guess. um Play Borderlands sometime. Um, I never really tried that. I did try Borderlands. They put up, I think, what was it, the pre-sequel, and then like I think the first one on the PSN Game of the Month site. I tried it for a bit, but I never really played it all that much. So I have not. I don't have much experience with Borderlands. Um, let's see. Going back to Joker for a sec. Pete would be down for a Scorsese-esque Joker movie. It'd be a good drama, unlike Aquaman being trying to do ape the MCU. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. And it makes sense. That's what they're trying for. But I would just hope it's intrinsic to the story they want to tell, and not just doing the same thing but different, which is what I'm afraid is what they're going to do. Oh my gosh, a Spielberg Batman, man. I don't know. That would be weird. Like, I mean, maybe like especially earlier Spielberg, like, if you, I mean, I never thought about it before, but I guess if you picture the darker Raiders indie with a cowl on, that would be about as close in tone, I guess, to doing a superhero picture in the classic Spielbergian style. I'm really stretching it here, but that would probably be best case scenario. But I think it'd be really weird. It's the same way I can't picture Spielberg having directed Return of the Jedi. Like, I know he could have done it. He almost did it, but it would have felt weird, if that makes any sense. And that way, I'm glad that he didn't, because it would have had more Spielberg, and it would have felt less Star Wars, which is definitely why David Lynch should not have directed it. And the fact that George asked David Lynch is weird in and of itself. But yeah, Spielberg doing Batman, I don't know. And I'd feel the same way about Scorsese doing Batman. Like, they have such styles that I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it's doable, I guess, but it'd be a hard sell for me. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man. If I can convince myself to actually like the Madonna Die Another Day title song, I can convince myself to like The Dark Knight. Oh man. Hey, I mean, the Die Another Day title song is thematic. It fits perfectly with Danny Kleinman's amazing title sequence. Yes, it's a dance track, but if you can get past that It's got the great string sections on it. It's darkly themed. Yes, some of the lyrics are stupid, but I don't know. It's not bad. Like it's not the worst thing in the world that everybody claims it is, you know. Um should it have been something different? Yeah, sure, probably, but you know, I mean, it made sense. The pre-titles were showing Bond captured and tortured in North Korea, which was a first, so it was supposed to be jarring. So I guess they're like, "Oh, we'll make it a jarring dance track," and I'm like, "Well, it kind of works." You know, like it kind of actually works, you know? So I've never minded it. I listen to the song when I play the soundtrack, you know, and yeah. Mm, I mean, I like things in The Dark Knight. Does that help? I've always said that. I don't think it's horrible. It just I don't like it. you know. Yeah, I guess I'm really weird. I don't like The Dark Knight. I'm a lifelong Batman fanatic, and I like the Die Another Day title song. So yeah, I guess there's one for the internet they'll never understand. It's like anti most people's opinions on two completely polarizing topics. Um, let's see. Oh man, Tex saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood a second time with my brother, and he looked at the line of posters and said, "It looks like we're watching the only good movie that's out." Yeah, well, probably the only one with anything in it, any sense of substance. I'd say, yeah, and that's a very sad feeling. I've done that many times myself. What's even worse is when you come out of a movie that was just not any good, and you look at the posters, or you're going in just to pass the time, and you look at everything, and you're like, eh. This is depressing. None of these are any good. I could go rewatch this movie again that I didn't even like, or I don't know if there's a worse feeling than getting up to the ticket counter and being like, "Oh, what do you want to see?" And you're like, "I don't know. Just just give me one for anything." It's like the old cliche of the guy going to the train counter and just getting a bus ticket or a train ticket to, you know, wherever just to get out of town. And you know, it's like, how far will I get for 17.50? And it's like, you can go to Amarillo. I'll take one. It's like you go to the ticket desk at the movie theater, which most theaters don't even have a working ticket desk. Some you even just go to the concession stand, which is already depressing. There's like one kid working behind the counter, and you just go, "Oh, just give me a ticket, anything. I don't care. I just know it's going to be bad." Yeah. um, or maybe that's just me. Maybe I've done that too many times. Um, let's see. Okay, good to know that I'm not alone thinking that Spielberg doing Batman would be kind of weird. Um, Yeah, I mean, if he had done Jedi, you can see it, you can picture it. It would have worked, but I don't know. It would have also had a Spielberg vibe, you know. And the way you watch Raiders Temple or Crusade, you know, they're not just George movies, like they're Spielberg movies too. So I guess basically Jedi would have felt more like an indie movie, you know. It would have felt more like that, if that makes any sense. So good or bad, I appreciate that he didn't do it because at least it was its own thing, even though George basically hired Richard Marquand and then tried to sort of direct over his shoulder at points, people say, and the script was not the greatest. And then, you know, the whole nobody dies, let's have a second Death Star. And it's just like, oh, man. And then it's like, it was the writing on the wall there in 1983? Yeah, kind of, sort of. Um, I still love Jedi. Don't get me wrong. I'll always love Jedi. I'll always rewatch Jedi. I have Jedi memorized. But you know, again, you can see the writing on the wall. Like there's a reason why Gary Kurtz was like, you know, I can't do this. So you just go ahead. Good luck. You know. Like this is not what we started out to do. I gotta cut out here. Like I'm not doing this. Um, and my favorite quote, you know, George, can I die? I don't want to play Han. George, can I die? I don't want to play Han. No, nobody dies. It's a movie for kids, Harrison. George didn't think there was any future in dead Han toys, did he? I would love to have heard that conversation in real life, but that's my favorite Harrison Ford quote of all time. George didn't think there's any future in dead Han toys. Um, Little did he understand the future humor of the internet. My favorite Star Wars jokes on the internet are the fake toys people have made, like the one they made the Kenner box and they made it for the Lost Homestead with the burned, charred Autumn Baru figures of their charred skeleton. Or the one that's even better than that is the Kenner box that's an empty box and it just has a little caption and it says the Force. It's just an empty figure box, and it was like, use your imagination for this magical figure. Like, I love that stuff. All the fake, dark, not so good idea Star Wars toys. Those would actually be cool toys to have. um, let's see. Oh gosh, did anybody see Battlefield Earth at the theater? No, I don't know anyone that did. I did not. Uh, that was like 99 2000 ish. So I would have been about 9 or 10 at the time. I remember like the bad reviews already. I remember seeing the Travolta in makeup with the dreads, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" you know. But yeah, I don't know. I saw some, stinkers in my time on opening release. Things determined as stinkers. I remember seeing Batman and Robin opening week and watching the people get up and leave the theater and not come back. And then by the end, the theater was pretty much relatively empty. It had been pretty full because it was like second or third day. But yeah, that was there. And then we saw Wild Wild West for some reason opening week, and we got there like it was an opening weekend day, and it was prime time, like on a Saturday at one of the more popular theaters, biggest theater. Again, Saturday weekend of release, and there are like two people in the theater. Word got out that fast. We were all like, "Wow!" And we watched the whole thing, and it's like, okay. I mean, it's not good, but it's not horrifying. But yeah, word spread fast. I remember those very particularly, but those are like the only ones where I remember it being specifically connected to it not being received well. But yeah, no, I did not see Battlefield Earth. I've never seen it all the way through. I don't know that I want to. um, oh gosh, if Spielberg did the 99 money, that would have been actually, I think it would have been better overall. But what Steven Sommers did with that was, I mean, he injected a lot of life into it by basically shoehorning in Raiders of the Lost Ark and bits of the Mummy's hand into the original Mummy and making it, a big action set piece thing, which makes perfect sense. But yeah, if Spielberg had done it, it would have been a lot more well-rounded, probably not as rough around the edges. And it probably would have been a better movie, but I don't know if it would have been as revered as it is now, because some of the wildness, some of the silliness is what I think makes it so popular and stay with a lot of people. I love things in it. I don't actually like the movie itself. I like the ideas. I like the old fashioned two fistedness. I like the silliness. I love the character interplay they created. I like the lead performances. Some of the CG has not aged very well. But for that level of CG at that time period in 1999, it's pretty damn impressive. Um, Not at Phantom Menace levels or anything, but it's held up for the most part, effects wise. But yeah, it just has never really grabbed me all that much. I don't have the same level of, oh my god, wasn't the 99 Mummy so great? That a lot of other people do, and then the sequels were not very good. Although I did enjoy Dragon Emperor simply to wash out the horrifying taste of Crystal Skull. And I would tell people, hey, oh, you want to see the new indie movie? Yeah, take your 850, go next door to The Mummy 3, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, because that's more of an indie movie than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is. And although you have Brendan Fraser fighting CGI Yetis like 20 minutes in, it's Brendan Fraser fighting CGI Yetis, and there's Jet Li, and it's like a bad cereal with CG, and it's better than Crystal Skull. Just go to this one instead. Trust me, you won't regret it. I slightly still kind of have a fondness for Mummy 3 simply because it helped me get over my post Crystal Skull demons, of which there are still a lot. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably I never got on with the 99 Mummy as much because I love the original 32 film so much, and I think that film is an absolute masterpiece and one of the most underrated of the classic Universal horrors, and just a beautiful tone poem of a picture, and hypnotic and amazing. And then I love The Mummy's Hand, the first cheapy sequel they did, which is basically um, there's a lot of elements of The Mummy's Hand that I think influence Indiana Jones. Like that's one of the precursors I always talk about. Like most people talk about Chuck Heston in Greatest Show on Earth and Secret of the Incas or the Republic serials and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, yeah, but if you look at The Mummy's Hand, like that's literally like there's an adventurer and an archaeological dig and mysterious deaths and side characters and a love interest and a comic character sidekick and mysterious evildoers and a tomb and a walking mummy and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's totally indie stuff. So that's one of those where I'm like, yeah, this has got to play into the mix of the inspiration for indie. So I think basically what Stephen Sommers did is basically take Mummy, the original Mummy, and The Mummy's Hand, and put them in a big melting pot with Raiders of the Lost Ark and stirred it around, and that's how you get the 99 Mummy. At least that's how I look at it, as what it's made up of and stuff like that. So I enjoy it for what it is, but I don't have the same love for it. Great score though, absolutely great score. So speaking of disappointing films, Pete thought Avengers Endgame was a huge letdown. Oh yeah, and anytime you get into time travel, that is so tricky to do, because yeah, I love time travel stories, but you have to do them right, and you can usually feel like you're shortchanging the audience. I remember not too long ago, I rewatched something I hadn't seen in a long time. I rewatched Somewhere in Time, which I love Dick Matheson. I think he was a tremendous writer, and I love things about Somewhere in Time, but it just doesn't work for me. The performances are great and stuff, but it just doesn't quite work, and they never explain the time travel very well. And then going back and forth feels kind of it just feels like you're being shortchanged somehow. So it's a very tricky balance to get right. And I don't think outside of, I think Wells's Time Machine novel is still an amazing book. And I think the 1960 George Powell movie is amazing for its time, but I think that's like the best of time travel. But I still think you could do the book and do like all the other stuff in the book that isn't in the movie version. Because the book has some really terrifying passages and is a great work. But most people just focus on him going to the time of the Morlocks and the LOI, and that's it. And they don't talk about the other stuff. Like, to me, the most terrifying part of the book was when he goes into the far future and is basically describes where he's at the end point of the planet Earth itself. And it's just blood-curdlingly, terrifying, like bone-chilling stuff. And then the ending is just absolutely beautiful and poetic and one of my favorite endings in all of literature. But that's the type of stuff that Wells could do in literature that doesn't really translate to film very well. That's why they've never been able to do Island of Dr. Moreau just right. The best they've ever done was Island of Lost Souls, which I love, but is wildly different and a really gory, dark pre-code horror film, and it's fantastic if you've never seen it. So definitely check out Island of Lost Souls if you've never seen it. Charles Lawton being demonic and amazing, and Lugosi and some of the best pre-code horror makeup you'll ever see in your life. But outside of the Time Machine, I think probably the only time travel thing I've really liked that played with the concept and made it work. I love Nick Meyer's Time After Time. That is a great time travel story, and I love how it takes historical characters and makes them feel more realistic, sort of like I was talking with Private Life of Sherlock Holmes too. But it's a very, very hard thing to do, time travel, I think, and not make your audience feel shortchanged and do it just right. But I've heard a lot of Marvel diehards say some similar things about Endgame. I haven't gotten my way there yet. I've been working through all the other Marvel movies first, so I'm going to get there eventually, just to actually, say I've seen it. But yeah, I'm not in any particular hurry. So, um, how some people try to convince themselves they like Last Jedi. Yeah, I feel like that is a mass delusion. I could totally agree on that. Yeah, that picture destroyed me. That just was like, I feel like my heart has been ripped out and just like stamped on at that point. But yeah, Metro's going to throw me his copy of Battlefield Earth. Oh man, should I catch that? Probably not. But then, because it's a DVD, I feel like I have to catch it. So then I catch it, and then I'm stuck with a copy of Battlefield Earth. Great. And then one day I'm like, well, I should finally watch this, and then I watch it, and then like that's not a good idea. Um, let's see. Yeah. The Brendan Fraser, Steven Summers, Three Mummies are fun, and they are what they are. Um, oh man, you found the signature. Metro found the signature Mummy Laserdisc. That's fantastic. That thing goes for crazy money. Oh, good grief! Hot Tub Time Machine 2. I never saw that. I saw the first one with others, and I was like, why is John Cusack in this? Like, oh, surely there's got to be like some dramatic stuff here, right? Because he's not just in frivolous. Oh, this is kind of frivolous. Okay. But yeah, I'm surprised they made a sequel, and then I've never seen it. So, yeah, my favorite time travel story is the complex, convoluted Hot Tub Time Machine 2. No. No. Actually, talking about this, I feel like I should go reread the Time Machine again. I always love going back to that. Um, I do need to read more Wells. I've always been a fan of some of his writing, but then a lot of his other more lesser known books are not as well available. But I've always meant to go and read his other works of science fiction, especially and stuff. But it's always fun to go back to the well and the source of where all this stuff comes from. So I try to do that every once in a while and reread Time Machine and Dr. Moreau and War of the Worlds and Jules Verne and stuff, just to get refreshed and go back and go like, oh yeah, this is where we started. Okay. um Hulk was always supposed to be the angry one with fiery rage, but in Endgame, he's reduced to being a nerdy hipster professor that does nothing. That does nothing that people expect from the Hulk character. I see. And then Metro counters with that's why he likes the 2008, which I guess would be the Ed Norton Hulk, because it's actually a Hulk movie. I get that. I've just never been big on the Hulk. Actually, it just I mean, it's an okay concept, but it's just Jekyll and Hyde, and the fact that he turns into a giant green dude who is, shall we say, not the brightest guy in the room. It just I don't know. Like it never had like the level of pathos, which I'm sure there are some comics and some adaptations that do. But it's like, if I wanted that, I'd go and look at Jekyll and Hyde or the original Wolfman or something. It's just it's never been something I really got into. But yeah, I can kind of see what they have been changing that character around and use it kind of more as a not plot exposition, but they use the Hulk character as a way to get out of plot situations. It's much more. The Hulk is not a character; he's more of an objective tool, I guess you would say, in terms of how they use him. Oh yeah, talking about the time travel and the Terminator. Yeah, I agree. Simplicity is key. And honestly, it even works in Terminator 2 because it follows the same logic as well. And it's just advanced in time. I'm perfectly fine with the Terminators in the way that I am the original Planet of the Apes series, because everything is grounded in a reality they establish, and then they stick to that. And then it forms a timeline. And when you look at it and you really think about it, it actually makes sense and you can see where everything falls. Um, so yeah, again, if you establish ground rules and you stick to them, then it's your playground and you can go from there, which is why you can have uh, the astonishing, amazing ending of Beneath the Planet of the Apes, where you know uh, Richard Zanuck just told him, "Ah, screw it. Why don't you just blow up the planet? They just fired me as chief of Fox anyway. I don't care." And then they're like, "Well, that's an idea." And then they just let Chuck go and throw his arm on the lever so there could be no more Planet of the Apes sequels. And then you get that amazing voiceover, once there was a beautiful small planet called Earth that is no more. And you're like, wow. And then it's like, you can't possibly have a sequel until, in one of the great master strokes of screenwriting, Paul Dane was like, well, what if there was a way Cornelius and Zira got Taylor's original ship repaired and hit the same atmospheric storm and crash land in 1971 Los Angeles. And it's ludicrous in every single way, but it just perfectly works because, again, it's in this same realm that they set up in the original film, and it's just possible enough, even though you're sitting there going, well, how the heck could they fix his ship in like the space of a couple days, because they don't know human technology and they don't have spaceships, and it crash landed and it was stuck up in the lake, and how did they find it? And like, all practicalities aside, it's just perfect enough. Like, it makes sense. So again, I think time travel is one of the hardest things you can possibly do in storytelling. You have to do it just right, and you have to stick to the ground rules you lay. Much in to make a bad comparison pun, it's the exact same thing with of course, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the title? Wow. Oh my gosh, I am totally blanking on the famous Bradbury story. Oh geez. That's why I hate doing live streams, because I'm about to talk about something and then I totally blank. Oh geez, this is gonna kill me. I can't believe I can't remember this. Oh man. Well, anyway, because the name escapes me, and that's gonna bother me so much. But the famous Bradbury story, where all time is affected due to the tourist on the time travel trip stepping off of the guided path and stepping on and inadvertently killing the butterfly, which of course causes a ripple effect and changes time, which of course can be small, can be large, but everything affects everything, and that's the ground rules that they lay. And of course, then you get random odd things like the time travel in Star Trek 4, where it's like, we have to do this. We have to slingshot around and hit the right speed and do all this. And then all of a sudden, the quasi love interest character just goes to the future with them, and it doesn't cause any problems whatsoever because the movie's over. Okay, why? But all right, I guess it's okay. I don't know. You just gotta play within the logic of the universe you set up. So let's see. Anyone got faith in Terminator Dark Fate? No, not really. I thought maybe, and then the first like teaser trailer came out, and I'm like, yeah, no, this just no. Like, maybe it'll be okay, but it just looks like they're going to rehash parts of Terminator 2 and some of the other sequels that nobody really likes, and I don't know. Like, with that, I'm like, I don't know why they keep trying. Like, there's Terminator 1, there's Terminator 2. Like, that's it. I don't know where else they're trying to mine stuff from. I don't even, I think you could have stopped after the first Terminator. I think the first Terminator is absolutely fantastic. Sound of Thunder. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I knew it was a something of something, if that makes any sense. And I can't believe I blanked out on that. Oh man. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. That was bugging me horribly. But yeah, like the most famous time travel story ever, and I'm blanking on the title. But yeah, it's very hard to do, and I think it's possible to do, but you got to be really good. Like you got to know exactly the story you want to tell. Otherwise, you're going to confuse people, or you're going to piss a hell of a lot of people off when the story's over and you break your own rules. So, um, kind of sad when my T2 Laserdisc is better than my 4K. Absolutely. And the Laserdisc is not the best in the world because they have some processing on the video. So the first CAV theatrical box set's a little sharper than the special edition one. So it's a great set, great picture, great sound. But you put it up against like top tier Laserdisc titles, it's not quite there. But the fact that it's a great reference Laserdisc and the 4K is an abomination, it's like, oh man. I went out and got, they had a sale going on Amazon. I think it was about a year or so ago when the 4K came out. And it was literally right after it came out. And they were blowing out for $4.99 on Black Friday. And nobody was buying it. And then they put the 2015 Blu-ray, which was the best 1080p disc Terminator 2 has. And it's just the standard one with the motorcycle cover, the disc from 2015. A little less DNR. Than the older ones in both cuts, and that one was like $3.99. And guess which one sold out? So for once, people actually bought the right one. I actually went out and bought that disc because I didn't have it. I didn't have T2 on Blu-ray at all, and I'm like, it's dirt cheap, and they'll probably stop making it because of this 4K horror. So I went out and grabbed the 2015 Blu-ray, and that's what I tell everybody to get. Just get the cheap Lionsgate 2015 Blu-ray and stick with that because the 4K is an abomination. It's horrible. And the Blu-ray is not that great either. Like that is just stupid that they've treated that film that way. It's just unbelievable. And I'm sure when The Abyss shows up and True Lies shows up, it's going to be just an awful grain-free, mushy, teal, remixed audio nightmare. So I kind of wish they don't happen, to be honest. Why didn't they send the second Terminator to 84 to help kill the first Sarah Connor? They could have done that. Maybe they could have CGI'd a second Arnold behind the original Arnold in the Terminator, and you just rewatch the first movie. Sort of meta before meta existed, I guess. Yeah, you would have just basically had to remake the first movie, and they were just determined to go big or go home. And T2 was the most expensive movie ever made at the time, so it was like action, and special effects more than the eye can see. Oh yeah, talking about the time scenario. Yeah, when Reese talks about, Skynet as a last ditch, sends the Terminator back in time because the human forces won. I know there was a cut prologue from T2. At least it was a cut prologue from, I think it was from T2, and it has Connor breaking into the time facility and all that stuff and selecting Reese to send back and all that. I can't remember if it's from 1 or 2, but it made the whole timeline scenario make a lot more sense, and I wish they had cut it. I can't remember if it was supposed to be the opening of T1 or T2, but yeah, I mean, a little bit of that stuff is vague, and a little bit of that stuff you just kind of have to go with, or think that maybe there was another chamber or Skynet tried earlier on because they figured out they must have failed later on. I don't know, but sometimes if there's a little bit of gray area like that, you kind of just have to go with it. But yeah, if they don't ever explicitly explain, then it's a gray area. So I can see what you mean there. Yeah. Thanks to James Cameron, you do have to stick with your Laserdisc, really. You do. I mean, even Titanic has recolored and is teal and probably has remixed audio, and there's no decent version of The Abyss or True Lies. True Lies got D Theater, who has a D Theater deck, and it's the old master anyway. And the DVD is a port of the AC3 Laserdisc, and the DVD of The Abyss is a port of the AC3 Laserdisc. So you might as well just get the Laserdisc, So maybe it's the old theory that everybody had that George Lucas has a deal with VCR and Laserdisc companies and gets gets a percentage of manufactured new parts and repair parts. Maybe James Cameron has a deal with random companies that make Laserdisc clamps and rubber belt rings and stuff. So who knows? Yeah, can't wait for the Argentiles of the Abyss on 4K. No grain in sight. Metro's got a line on best T2 transfer HD DVD. Wow. Oh, it wasn't released in North America. That makes sense because I'd never heard that it came out on that format. But nothing surprises me. There's a number of HD DVDs that are better transfers than their Blu-ray counterparts, even though it's the same master. Where you just got hit with like an extra level of DNR. And I didn't know about this until some people pointed it out. Like Mission Impossible and its sequels were that way until they got 4K. Casino has a little bit of DNR on the old Blu-ray versus the HD DVD. So they weren't just porting stuff. Sometimes the Blu-rays would have lossy audio compared to the HD DVD with the Dolby Digital Plus or whatever it was called. So it's definitely possible. I would not be surprised. I just not heard of that. So how come there were many more Terminators fighting in the second film? Answer: money. They could afford that. Production value, money, bigger budget, a much significant bigger budget. That's your real answer. You get more scope and scale because it's like, oh, you liked the first movie, we made money, so here's everything you liked in the first movie, but bigger. That's the easiest answer. Rambo Trilogy sounds great, better on HD DVD, better than the Blu-rays. Yeah, the US ones were not so good. I did finally get the German ones with the better encoding, so there are better Blu-rays out there, and they have the original 2.0 surround mixes too, which is pretty cool. I picked those up because the 4Ks came out, and I saw some of the reviews, and some of the color just, I was like, oh boy. And it was done by the same lovely Italian studio that did all the ruinous stuff to the Leone Westerns. So anything that comes through them, I'm like, yeah, no. And they also messed up the color on the Better Tomorrow restoration. So I was kind of like, eh. And then I didn't have the Blu-rays, but I found a copy of the German trilogy box with the better Blu-ray discs and the original audio and stuff and the better encodes. So that was dirt cheap because I think somebody was selling it to get the 4Ks. So I just picked that up for about $10, and that's the version I have. And the Laserdisc for all three are good. I just have the First Blood widescreen Laserdisc that apparently has the flipped audio channels, so you can't have everything. But at least there are good versions of those on Blu-ray, and the 4Ks are good. Although I think the color on First Blood is probably a little bit off, but at least they're, technically fine discs. They're not bad. They're not a Terminator 2 nightmare. So, do HD DVDs have expensive titles like some Laserdisc, like late release ones? Oh, I'm sure there's rare stuff for everything. There's rare 8-tracks now. Like, I couldn't believe it when at one of the last record shows I went to, somebody was selling one of the rarest 8-tracks, the Sex Pistols' Nevermind the Bollocks classic landmark album, made it to 8-track. That is super rare, and they were selling a sealed copy for like $350, which it goes for like $500. And I'm like, who would pay that for an 8-track? But people do, so I would not be surprised. I'm sure there's something out there. Yeah, I think it's that. Pink Floyd, yeah. And I think the other one, I think the most valuable one is actually the Stooges Funhouse. I think it's Funhouse and Nevermind the Bollocks are the ones that are like crazy, crazy rare. It must have been printed in like very limited batches. But anyhow. Metro paid a fortune for the HD DVD Jack Ryan set, which got recalled before release. Yeah, I bet, because that was also very early in Blu-raydom. I'm really excited those got 4K remasters because, man, the Blu-rays for Patriot Games, the Patriot Games Blu-ray is awful. So much DNR that's not even better than the DVD. And then clear presentation didn't look very good, and the 4K versions look great. I just haven't um, gotten them yet, but I definitely want to. Alrighty, well, I think that's gonna about do it for us tonight. I need to get winded down because it's getting pretty late on my end. But I wanted to thank everybody for hanging out. And yeah, over 5 hours. Yeah. Oh man, every time I'm like, oh, I wonder if I have enough stuff to talk about, and then I hit absurdly large hour mark. So yeah, it was definitely a long one. Well, when you have amazing career like Lumet's to discuss, that gives a ton of discussion points, and then we can get into all kinds of film and disc transfer nuttiness to go over. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, glad to always be of service and be informative and such. Yeah, it was the awesome new mic. Yeah, it actually makes it a lot easier because I'm not having to worry so much about over speaking into a lapel mic and stuff. But I got to figure out a new place to put my scissor arm because I've got it like right in the middle of my of the comment stream. So I'm like always like this, like, what did they say? What? I can't see. I feel like I'm moving this too much, but anyway. Um, so yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. And again, as always, hopefully this has inspired you to check out some new things, revisit some old favorites, and as always, keep physical media alive and spinning. So thanks again, always, and yeah, I see you on PS4 Metro. I never get the time to fire up my console except for like random bits here and there for like 10 minutes at a time at like 10 o'clock at night, and then I have to go to bed, or something. So I never really play with anybody online, but every time I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta message Metro at some point, but I'm like never on here, so I'm like crap. But yeah, we gotta do that sometime. But better than a lyric game. Oh, man. Now I feel like I should turn it up like this and be like, hello, Arkansas, you're on the air. It says Larry King Live. Except they don't have suspenders. But anyway, thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. This was a nice, fun, informal, super long chat, and it's nice to be able to do this and talk to like-minded folks. So again, hopefully you are inspired to dig up both old and new favorites that you find. Hopefully I didn't speak on too long, because I know some people have said that they started writing down lists of stuff that come out of my mouth. So always glad to be of service. So anyway, have a great week, everybody, and have a better one all.